Hello and welcome. I can hardly believe we're here. Firstly, and hopefully, anybody in chat, if you can let me know you can hear me, because I'm not sure whether I've muted myself properly with all of this technology. Thank you. You can hear me. A big shout out to everybody who is currently viewing and in chat. Welcome all. We are live here for the most dangerous journey yet, the Dangerous Dungeons of Thar, a full 24-hour D&D marathon. Our heroes will descend through 9 levels, potentially, if they survive, of dungeon, danger, and desperation. Potentially one dungeon every 3 hours, but of course, this is Dungeons and Dragons, and who knows at what speed our crawlers will move at until they face potentially the end game itself. Chat, you are part of this journey as well. Your donations will fuel the chaos, unleash monsters, and sometimes, if the party is lucky, keep them alive. Before we dive in, let's meet our incredible cast of volunteers. So, Michael, introduce yourself and who you will be playing, at least initially.
So I'm Michael. I've been doing D&D for a while, about 30 years on and off. And today, for at least 10 minutes or so, I will be playing Alder, who is a hill dwarf and a ranger who is not good at keeping hold of money as he enjoys gambling.
Fantastic.
But you should all gamble responsibly, not like Alder.
Yeah, it's not do not be like Elder, it's do not gamble like Elder. Fantastic. And next we move across to you, Natascha.
Moi everyone, my name is Natascha, I'm from the Netherlands, and I will be playing Bear, a half-orc Circle of the Moon druid.
Fantastic.
The clue is in the name, what wild shapes he will take.
Is most definitely in the name. Then we move on to Kyle.
Greetings and salutations, one and all. My name is Kyle, and tonight I'm going to be playing Yorgal, a mountain dwarf cleric of Ilmata.
Ilmata, very nice. And last but not least, we move to you, Ian.
Hi, I'm Ian, and like Michael, I've been doing this for longer than I'd like to admit. And I play Quenlan Brightbow, a Lightfoot halfling rogue.
Very cool. And as well as our wondrous cast here that have volunteered to try and do the full 24 hours, midday from now to midday Sunday, we have behind the scenes people that are also working to keep chat safe. Mods or rockers, depending on how you want to define them. We have Kristian, Rachel, Jack, and Rhino. They'll be in and out of chat and modding, hopefully for the next 24 hours, keeping everything running smoothly, and we couldn't do it without them as well. Hello, Professor Vod. Thank you very much. So, there's quite a little bit of admin to get our teeth into first. I suppose, firstly, let us talk about how you can donate, but also how you can interact with the stream somewhat. We have a number of potentially donation rewards. I'm just going to call those up now. It's tiny text as a reminder there, so enlarge your screen or whatever. But £5, if you donate £5, you can do a flicker of fortune. A character or an NPC, read that as the GM, gets an advantage dice. This can be stacked up, a maximum of 3 per player or GM, until they are used and then can be refreshed. Of course, with all these rewards, one would hope that you are rewarding us for our endurance of getting through this 24 hours. All of this is a little bit of icing on the cake. If you did donate £7.50 though, Potion of the People, grant a healing potion. It'd be a greater healing potion, so 4d4 plus 4. Then £15 will get you an Infernal Wild Surge. We will just be using the Wild Surge table from the Player's Handbook, and we will roll upon that Wild Surge. Could be something, nothing. Could be manifesting a fireball at their feet. £20 would get you Tastes Like Lemon. A random potion appears, so appealing, that lovely lemony smell, that one of our 4 brave adventurers needs to quaff it. I do have a random D20 potion table here. We will roll randomly on it and we will see what happens. Then, whilst the donations get higher, so we understand not everybody can do this, so do the rewards. Fortune favours the bold. Turn any roll into a nat 20 or a nat 1. This gives the ability to one of the players or me, the GM, to be able to make that call. It is a maximum 1 per person until they use it, in which case it can be refreshed. Then things get very generous from you, chat, but also quite devastating to the players in the dungeon. Thar's Wrath Unleashed, an apex monster crashes in early. This is a very dangerous entity that arrives by chance, and the players need to confront it. £75 gets you a draw from the Deck of Madness. We roll on the 2024 version of the Deck of Many Things, and we take the result, whatever that is. And then finally, it is £150, the Law Vault. It unlocks a hidden chamber or secret level, adding to the complications and the dungeons that need to happen. This might extend the dungeon. We are, for the moment, not going to go beyond the 24 hours, but it might create extra content for future streams. So every pound pushes us closer to our donation goals. Every pound makes the dungeon deadlier and more survivable for our adventurers. I think that makes sense to everybody. So with that explained and those details up there, it's important as well that if you do donate, let us know in chat, because we are managing lots of things, including the donation pages and everything else. We do have some commands here, so I'm just going to call up the donation pages, the links rather. Anybody can do this by doing do exclamation mark donate into chat, and it will call up those links for people to get involved. Right, first bit of admin. There's going to be a lot of this during the game, because we're here to raise money for charity. So, getting to know the characters a little better, as in their game stats. Alder. We can clearly see that you are a hill dwarf, that you are a ranger and a hunter. But at your current level, which is level 3, what is your armor class?
16 if I'm doing range damage, 18 if I'm hiding behind a shield.
Okay, so 16 or 18 with a shield. Fantastic. And your current maximum hit points?
31.
Oh, nice. We're not going to particularly worry too much about speed at the moment. So that
That's
is
very
that.
sensitive of you to say, given I'm a dwarf. Thank you. I appreciate
Yes,
that.
absolutely. So in terms of spell slots, have you got any spell slots at the moment as a ranger?
Again, as a ranger, I think it's a slightly sensitive issue. I have 3 spell slots.
Yeah. And
And I can choose from a wide range of 4 spells.
They're all first level.
They are currently.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay. And I'm just going to put a little thing here for ADV dice so I can keep a record if anybody donates you a dice. Then we move rapidly onto Bear. Again, we can see that you're a half-orc, you're a druid, circle of the moon. The actual question is, though, the same questions. What is your armor class?
12, but 14 with a shield.
Okay. And you've got the stat block for your bear form.
Yeah, I do.
And what is their AC?
That would be 11.
Okay. Hit points?
In bear form, 34.
Okay. And in non-bear form?
24.
24. Yeah, that's the number. Old school me is not writing HP as hit points, but HTK, which for those of you who are not particularly old school is hit to kill. It's, you know, it's what we used to say. Very good. I think that is all of that for the moment. So we move rapidly.
Spell slots.
Oh yeah, I forgot you got spell slots. What do you have? First level?
First level 4 and second level 2.
Okay, very nice. And I'm going to create a little box there for your advantage dice as well, just to keep a record. Then we move very much across to you, Yorgal.
So the armor class is 16 without a shield, 18 with a shield.
Oh, nice. And your hit points?
30.
You can tell you're a dwarf. Those lovely 30 hit points. Okay, your spell slots.
That is 4 first level, 2 second level.
Okay, and I'll make a little advantage dice thing for you. And last but not least, Quenlan.
14 on the AC.
Yep.
24 on the hit points.
Nice.
0 spell slots.
Very good. And as a rogue thief, those advantage dice would be very sweet for you.
They would, especially because we're not playing variant rules.
Yeah.
So steady aim doesn't come into effect.
Not just steady aim, but no flanking as well. And speaking of game rules, I think this is an important thing for anybody watching. I'm just going to call this up for you. I think that's the command. Yeah, there we go. So we're going pure and retro for this 24 hours, sticking to the 3 cool rulebooks, 5 edition, the 2014 ones. No variant rules, just classic Dungeons and Dragons. But as always, we're all about the homebrew magic and the rule of cool. So watch out for those spicy moments as we go. And of course, you in chat can help those things happen. I'm not opposed to, hey, Andy, Dungeon Master, whatever you want to call me. I've just made a donation and I kind of want to do something a bit different. What do you think about? I'm happy to embrace that. And we are sort of all going analog here with the actual rule books in front of me. These are my original ones. Tons of information ahead of us? Well, I mean, that's a great question in chat there, Professor. D&D does have rules, but the first rule of D&D is you can ignore all the rules of D&D. So that's the only thing that you really, really need to know here. So, chat, any questions? Players, any questions before we begin?
Nope.
Okay. This is where the epic music begins to play. Had I had time to prepare something like that, or even understood how that kind of technology works. So yeah, imagine some kind of copyright-free Game of Thrones epic intro music. I'm sure you can all do that. We can be using our imaginations. So we begin as that epic music begins to fade. The Dangerous Dungeons of Thar, a tale whispered in ash, iron, and blood. The legend. Centuries ago, two heroes, Alder Thar, the wizard, and Barathar, the warrior, sealed away the dungeons of Thar as they became known. They sacrificed everything to lock its 9 levels of horror beneath the earth. For ages their wards held, but nothing holds forever. A new band of adventurers, Alder, Wispin, Alfred, and Shouther, uncovered the dungeon's entrance. Together they broke the ancient seal. But not all survived. Perhaps their initial ventures down into the dungeon, perhaps their idea initially of opening up as some kind of adventurer's tourist attraction. Out of those originals, as far as we are aware, only Alder remains. He has gathered new allies, Bear, Quenlan, and Yorgal, to finish what began a while ago. What is currently known. 9 levels supposedly lie below, each deeper than the last. I'm not quite sure why I wrote that, as that's normally how levels work. Each reflecting on a shadow of hell itself. As far as you're aware, Alder, no return. Once a level is descended to, there is no going back, only forward, only down. But as these touch upon the very hells themselves, so does its corruption. All that enter Thar risk leaving changed, marked by the dungeon's power. Some never leave at all. Lore, divinations, rumours all gathered. Supposedly a fallen angel lies chained at the dungeon's heart. Whether a prisoner or ruler, none can say. The dungeon watches, or rather, the ceilings, the roof of the dungeons appear to be windows into places not of this world. And there are things there, always watching, always hungering, always scheming. And supposedly at the very bottom of this dungeon, at the lowest of the levels as far as you're aware, unless someone in chat decides to donate heavily and create more dungeons, is the throne of chains. Those who supposedly ever reach this 9th level, face the throne itself, and whatever is sat upon it. Few live to tell what it is, none who do agree. So, first comes the challenge. Those who descend into the dungeons, the dangerous dungeons of Thar, face not just monsters, but possibly temptation itself. Riches beyond counting, power enough to break gods, secrets that could remake the world. But undoubtedly, each gift comes with a price. And a warning, I suppose. Many adventurers believe they will master Thar. All of those that have left something of themselves behind. So, brave adventurers, you are the 3rd fellowship, as far as you're aware, to brave the dangerous dungeons of Thar. The first sealed it, the 2 brothers. The second broke it. Those other miscreant adventurers and companions of Alder. And now it falls to you to end it, or of course be ended by it. So that is our introduction. Alder, you have gathered these people, these new allies. You have, of course, been at least as honest as you can with them about what they are faced, and you are now standing around the entrance to the dungeon itself. Stairs leading down, stairs that perhaps you took with your previous companions, or perhaps you were the lucky one holding back here, waiting for their return. The room has been cleaned up since you last saw it. The remnants of the 2 undead brothers cleaned away. Tell me, Alder, what kind of renovations would you have done to this entry chamber, these steps that descend down to the dangerous dungeons? You and your allies, would you have gone for that idea of some kind of tourist attraction, or whatever else springs to your mind?
Right. Well, I think we can agree that the spiel that I just read out in Andy's voice, that we're thinking about having for the residents as they come in, is a bit scary in parts. We'll be editing that a wee bit. But you saw the well, which we're currently converting into a spiral slide for the wee kids, the little rope to climb back up. We've got the crystal room gift shop. I do like the everything has a price. We'll probably keep that and put that above the door there. So most of it's been tidied. On the left there, you can see where we're going to hang the skeletal remains of the 2 brothers and maybe have some spell cast upon them to say something amusing and welcoming as they come in. But this area here, really, I think we're going to leave it to be a little bit, awe-inspiring and menacing with the doors. Now, point of fact, we don't know what's beyond these doors. So I think the general theme of this will very much rely upon what we find beyond. But as you can see, the upwards here, there's plenty of space for some rooms, a little shop, a wee place for the kids, so you can get away from it all. So it's all good. It's all good. But now we have doors, and as we spoke in the ice-breaking session that we had, I don't do doors, so I'll just stand back here and allow you to be the best you are with those 2 doors. And he will back up. You do notice that he has many quivers. You don't know why he has many quivers, but he seems to have like a holdall full of quivers and a quiver on his back. He seems quite fixated on having enough arrows. And he has a nice belt, which appears to be made of some sort of cockatrice-like creature, which is his one bit of booty from his last encounter.
Perfect. And is there any other final descriptives that you want to add before your eyes cast over your new allies? I mean,
Pictures of Alder, or
yeah,
he
no,
looks like he's
of
worried.
Alder. Yeah, of your character.
He looks worried, I think, above the table. He's invested heavily in this. The rest more wisely have maybe gone off and just spent money on alcohol and stuff, whereas he has invested heavily in this as a retirement thing and is now quite concerned about what might be beyond the doors. But
You
he's
get the
fine.
impression that a couple of people that you talked about all of this redevelopment said it's a little bit of a gamble, but think of the rewards, and that just sold it to you. It was like, I'm in. So you cast your eyes across the rest of your allies. This is the perfect point that we can get some descriptives of the new characters that are joining us. We'll mix it up. We'll start with the one that should probably be seen last. So Quenlan, what, when Alder looks at you, does he see?
Quenlan is a quite a pretty Lightfoot halfling, but his hair is a shock of white on one side and black on the other, and one of his eyes is grey, the same side as the white hair, and the other is green. From an encounter with some whites that I was saved from fairly recently. He's well dressed. He wears a black leather outfit, as most decent thieves do, and a black neckerchief to try and hide his face when he's doing not nefarious, because he's not really nefarious. He's more of the adventuring thief type. He's incredibly excited, or they are incredibly excited, I should say, as they're non-binary. And they are incredibly excited by what may be beyond this door. So much so that he asks Alder a question. So let me get this right. You've never been through the door?
Nope.
Why? If you look, this is...
Well, there were some zoning issues and some health and safety things, and frankly, the rest of them who can get through doors waved me goodbye, gave me my share, and then some investors came, and I don't remember really what came between then and now, but it's there pristine, ready for the right hands. But
I can't wait.
I think those hands might be yours.
I think they might be too. And I think they might be
It's
yours
a bit
too.
echoey because he's at least 60 feet away, but you get the message. They might be yours.
So is this how this is going to work then? You'll stand back, we'll open the doors, then you'll move forward.
I hope that's all we do. I hope we basically spend an entire day opening doors, walking through, and nothing else happening. Should anything else happen, I will spring into action. You know, these are not for show. They're largely for keeping things the heck away from me. But no, this bit, probably, I'll leave to the expert, which is you.
Oh, thank you for showing such faith in me. I really appreciate it. Oh, I can't wait.
Perfect. And then you look upon your final two companions, starting off with Yorgal. What do you look like, and how are you reacting to all of this new information?
See, Yorgal stands about 4'3". He's quite a beefy build, decked in chain. He's got cropped, braided back hair that's shaved on the left side with golden eyes. Of course, this beard is almost as long as he is, because what self-respecting dwarf doesn't have a beard longer than they are?
Very nice.
But hopefully we'll be looking on with a degree of caution at this door, but interested in seeing what's beyond.
Very cool. And then finally, we have you, Bear. What does Alder see when he's looking at you?
Yeah, Bear's like nearly twice as tall as half the party members, and a third as tall again as the dwarf. He's got blonde hair, a lot of muscles, and he's wearing a bear skin around his upper body. He's got the thick, fluffy boots Apparently he hails from a cold northern climate, and he's got this open face, like the world is a world of wonder, everything is new, everything is interesting. And he's here to make friends and make sure that his tribe has enough to eat during the long winter.
Okay, very nice. I'm going to try and speak a little louder because Professor said my volume doesn't seem to be coming through as loud as the rest of you. Let me know if it changes, please, in chat. But thanks for the heads up. Perfect. So you are there in this kind of entry chamber in the initial sort of dungeons, looking down into this portal, and you can basically see there's a set of, well, there's like a well, but there are these sort of chunks of rock that are coming out the sides of this well, allowing you to, in effect, jump from one to another, in effect forming a stair that is spiral moving downward. It looks like it descends hundreds of feet. One might say into darkness, but you can see almost a fiery glow towards the bottom of it. This is, of course, your adventure start. I'm not going to require any kind of rolls to descend down. But if you've got any narrative of how you want to, as a group, begin to make your initial descent, that would be very cool.
Well, I think I've got a job to do. And Quenlan starts to jump from rock to rock to get down the stairs as quickly as possible. Come on. Adventuring to be got.
Yeah, Bear follows. So just this little pity patter or even silent footsteps jumping down from the halfling, and then boom, boom. This really heavy half-orc is just thundering down behind them.
Perfect.
It's all cousin after you. Alder will say.
Very well. Let's get some light in here. Light up the way with the shield.
Okay, so you're gonna cast your light spell.
Yes.
Perfect. And what does your shield look like at the moment? What kind of shield is it?
So it's almost a buckler style shield with a symbol embossed on the centre of it, which is a pair of white hands that's bound with red cords at the wrist.
Nice. And it flares with your divine light, and it shines. This is going to make it even easier for you to make the descent. Whilst it is not requiring any roll, provided you are being careful, it's still those of you who perhaps suffer from a degree of vertigo, it's stomach churning as you are leaping from one of these sort of spears of rock that come out the side of it as you go down and you go down. Of course, you made the mistake of trusting the GM of no rolls are needed. But this is the start and I'm feeling generous. Quenlan, where were you in the marching order of this descent?
At the front, I think.
Front, perfect. So, are you showing any kind of caution or attempt to ensure that where you are moving is is safe as you beckon them down after you.
Yeah, he's too used to things crumbling under his feet.
Yeah.
So although it looks like he's taking little care or attention, he's actually weighing things up as he tries to jump from piece to piece.
So in terms of a descent, it seems to be relatively easy as you leap from one to another. But you come to a full stop as you're about to make a leap, about halfway down, still hundreds of feet beneath you. Your roguish nature kicks in, and you just notice that the next spear of rock that you're about to leap upon looks slightly different, and it is a pause in your mind that leap of faith might be a little too dangerous to take. Your instinct, your gut feeling, makes you think that there's something very odd about this.
I'll say back to Bear, don't just hang on a second, Bear. I think there's something wrong with this up ahead. It might be either a little unstable or something out of the ordinary on it. Let me just. How would I be able to get a closer look without standing on it, Andy?
I mean, there's probably it's probably down about 10 feet and across about 10 feet. So the jump isn't that difficult to make, but you can all perch on this spear of rock that you're currently on, so you can get everybody there. It's a little bit tight, with Yorgal's light from his shield shining down upon it. That's the best you can do from here. It's well within a mage hand manipulation, absolutely, but you will perhaps have to use the resources you've got or come up with a cunning way if you want to move particularly closer. And just so that chat know, our wonderful starting party are starting with basic equipment. They don't have any special resources and the like, so they have to really use their minds to overcome.
Bear can make a Quenlan swing on a piece of rope. Bear has got a fairly lengthy piece of rope.
I mean, if it's a circle, if we go up to the one that's directly above it, we can lower him down from there.
Mm-hmm. That works for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could go like that and emulate
I know.
a famous diminutive movie star.
I mean, I've got a piton as well. We can secure it in that way if we need to, or we could fire an arrow with a rope attached to it to make it easier for us to climb down to the lower level. There's how we want to. I mean, I can go down first and we can take it from there if you want. You hold on to the rope, Ben, and I'll...
if you do an inspection, because I was assured that this was all perfectly sound and there'd be no problem. But that was from a third cousin friend who he met in a bar, and was the finest architect that I could afford. So I'm happy for you to take another look, to be frank.
I mean, it doesn't look like the high standard of dwarf work I've seen in the past.
Finest ones that I could afford. Just want to reiterate that I could afford.
Were they dwarfs?
Ish. They might have been.
It was a goblin wearing a beard, wasn't it?
They seemed dwarf at the time.
Okay, let's see what I can do then.
Okay, so I mean, you've come up with a number of different things here. Just describe to me exactly what you are now doing, Quenlan, with the help and the resources of the others.
So I think we're going to the piece of rock that would be directly above the one in question.
Yeah.
And then Bear holding onto the rope to keep it secure. I will lower myself down, tie myself onto the rock, onto the rope, and see if I can figure out what's wrong with this.
Absolutely. So possibly the first roll of the game. This will be an investigation roll, and if you want to do this properly, you do have a light source, which is great, so no disadvantage or kind of pumping up modifiers to make the DC more difficult. This is one of the things that I have been mentioned to you. You could, if you wanted to, take 10 here to gain advantage on your roll. So you take 10 minutes to determine what's going on, or you could actually take 20 minutes to not need to make a roll at all.
Quen's very impatient, especially when he's on the bottom of a rope. So I think I'll just roll normally and see how we go.
So this is a straight investigation roll, and this is just going to take you, a few minutes, if that. It's not quite 6 seconds, but so yeah.
An 18.
An 18, that is easily enough. Again, just for both transparency and the way that I'm doing this, I am modifying the difficulty levels of skill checks as you descend down to each dungeon. In this level 1 here, everything is as per the DM's guide, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So that is easily enough. You can see that your instincts were correct, that if there's any weight put upon this, it will cause it to retract, which will cause anybody that was on there to lethally plunge to their death. Lethal and death used in the same sentence there, unless you had the ability to cast like Featherfall or some other ability. With that success, though, you think you could disarm this. It is going to take you some resources, though. You mentioned pitons. That is a good way of doing it. Can you roll me? I'm going to say with the 18, which is not quite a 20, but is above a 15, that roll me just a D2. So a D6 halved. Or in fact, any dice halved.
A 1.
A 1. Okay, so this is only going to require 1 piton for you to disarm. So cross that resource off your character sheet, and there's no roll needed because you're using a resource and it's not costing you very, very much. As you find the critical point, you hammer this in as you are dangling. I feel like I need a complication though. So this complication is you, Bear, who's holding this rope. Can you just give me a strength athletics check? DC's only 5. Quenlan is a small creature, but holding the rope.
Okay.
The dice will come in a minute, honest. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
14.
So, yeah, with a 14, you're finding it work, but not a strain. Your muscles, your guns are sort of expanding and bulging, but it's... I mean, Quenlan is wiggling around a little bit on the rope. It reminds you of going fishing, really. What have I got today? It's catch of the day is a Quenlan Brightborough. But yeah, you don't slip, make it any more difficult for him or anything else. So congratulations, adventurers. Please, it looks like you're going to say something, Bear.
Yeah, I was a 16 actually, because on my character sheet I forgot to fill in the bonus behind athletics. Perfect. I did have a little cross in it, but I forgot to put in the value of the modification.
No, it's fine. I mean, a success is a success at the end of the day. But yeah, perfect. All it does is make you look super fit, pumping those guns there, making your muscles come, and you hold the rope with stoic strength. Very good. So congratulations, the descent can continue. You do have a moment to role play amongst yourselves if you want to celebrate your success or describe what has happened.
So I think we should be good now. I've pitoned in and it shouldn't retract, so it should take all of our weights. Do you want to pull me back up there?
Yep. So hand over hand, Bear pulls up Quenlan.
Perfect.
And when we get back to the jump point before the one that's now been secured,
Yep.
Bear will take out a piece of chalk and in druidic rite makes the symbol for danger ahead. Be careful.
Okay. And what is your symbol in Druidic for danger?
It's a triangle with an exclamation mark in it.
Lovely. I mean, that is very of the nature. Perfect. So you mark this. I love the naivety of the fact that you think you're coming back this way, and that is going to be of any use to you.
No. He's a very social character. It's for the people that come after.
For the people. It's always for the people. I love it.
Yes.
You mean the adventurers that are going to come and try and rescue you? I love it. Okay. So without further ado, you carry on your descent. It's almost an impossibility to measure how far you move down. Whatever made this well, this pit, these stones that are coming out of the side in ancient times is inconceivable, really. Eventually, though, as you get down, you see this fiery entrance chamber beneath you. It's not so much that it in itself is a flame, but you can feel the heat radiating up. Even the rocks that you are moving around, jumping down upon, are initially warm and then are getting progressively hotter. Eventually, you reach the bottom, a circular chamber with a corridor ahead of you. So, just again for chat, you can, if you want, map along with us. We are not using a virtual tabletop for this. We are using old school or graph paper where we will map. It is up to our adventurers to do their own maps, but a challenge for you in chat, should you choose to accept it, is to map along as well. The circular chamber is only maybe sort of 30 foot in diameter. It is large, but it seems to have narrowed, almost as if this pit has sort of narrowed down somewhat from its middle bulk. You see a small passageway of no more than 10 feet in the eastern part of this. There is no doorway, but you see a small flight of stairs that fill that 10-foot corridor leading down to another chamber, perhaps a proper entrance chamber, the beginning of the Dangerous Dungeons of Thar itself. You move forward, not easily being able to attain line of sight at the top of these stairs. I'm assuming, and I'm making assumptions here, that Quenlan, you are still moving forward first. Still, using all of your senses to determine if there are any more traps. Is that a good assumption?
Yeah, is it lit down here or not?
It is lit. Not only is
Yep.
it hot down here, the whole place is radiating a fiery red light. So
Yeah, that I am.
you don't need any light in here at all. The light, though, is unnerving, supernatural. It is almost kind of like something is being lit by a furnace. It's that kind of light. It begins to burn at your eyes if you're kind of late at night, as if you'd been up for 24 hours and are staring into a campfire, and the heat is sort of drying out your eyes a little bit. No pain, no real discomfort, but yeah, that feeling of a late night staring deep into the flames of a campfire.
So this corridor is 10 foot wide and heading to the east.
It's only 5 foot wide, 10 foot long, heading to the east, and it is stairs down, basically.
Okay. So, yeah, I'll start being a little more careful now as we've got past the fun bit of jumping from rock to rock.
Yeah.
And make my way down the stairs, making sure that everything on the ground and the walls and the roof look stable enough.
Okay. There is an unbelievable chamber in front of you. How it got here is beyond you. Hundreds of feet below the bedrock itself. The chamber it stretches for 25 feet north-south and 20 feet east-west. The corridor that you emerge from is in obviously the western wall, and it's in the middle of the western wall. So there is 10 feet either side of the 5 foot wide corridor. At the far end of this chamber is another 5 foot passageway in the east, but the passageway is blocked in the middle by another door. So 25 foot north-south, 20 foot wide in the eastern wall, another 5 foot passageway, but it is in the middle of that 5 foot passageway is a door. This chamber, though, in the center of it, you see there is a large statue made of certainly metal. You think perhaps bronze and brass, and your initial glances upon it without any kind of really investigations is of a struggle between two celestial beings, two angels. There is one standing over the other, wings outstretched, and she is holding down this other angelic being with all her might. But her other hand is holding what appears to be some kind of large cup, some kind of large chalice, and it is turned, pouring down upon the head of this other angel that is being pinned and grappled by her. It appears that there is golden liquid. It's not actually flowing, it is all part of the same statuary down upon the head of this pinned other angelic figure. But rather than splashing on her head, you see it is transforming into what appears to be this bronze crown. It's almost as if it's pouring molten liquid down onto the head of this other. And as it hits this angelic's skull, cranium, head, it is transforming into this crown around her head. I mean, it's epic. In terms of the lights as well, the colorations in this room are that of flame. There are oranges, there are reds. The light in here is just flickering around and it's reflecting off this bronze and brass statue. The statue itself is probably about 10 foot tall, and as you kind of wonder where the light sources are coming from, as your view seems this angel below being pinned, your vision rises up to the one standing above her, and then up to the ceiling. You see it, and you see where the light is coming from. The entire roof ceiling of this chamber and the corridor beyond is on fire, is lit up, almost as if there is a furnace above you. You can also see within this chamber, in each 5-foot section of the 20-foot walls going east and west, the northern wall and the southern wall, there is a single brazier, which surprisingly is unlit. So a lot of information to take in there. You probably have now all descended down to view that. You can feel the heat prickling at your skin, but not causing you any real harm. But there is something odd about it. So I'm going to pass to you for more questions and then actions if you want to investigate this further.
I'm not sure about
Indeed.
the heat not doing any harm to anyone, because Bear is sweating and sweating, and he starts actually smelling like a bear now.
Andy, are the braziers fixed into the wall or are they freestanding?
They appear to be freestanding, and as your eyes are drawn to those, unlike the bronze and the brass statuary, these seem to be made with dark blackened iron. They are, though, beautifully done. They stand maybe about 3 foot off the ground, but you do notice that all around the circumference of these circular braziers, as part of their ornamentation, there appears to be sort of a gem, sort of 4 of them at the 4 compass points on each one of them. 4 braziers to the south, 4 braziers to the north, each of them containing decorations of 4 gems.
And whereabouts did you say in the room the statues were?
The statues are right in the middle. Easy enough for you to certainly walk around.
I mean, this is just fantastic. I mean, you come in here, the statue, spa treatments, we'll reveal the royalty in you. I mean, it's right there. I have to get rid of some of these braziers because there's not a lot of room for sitting. But this is fantastic. Good on you.
Well, the bottom guy doesn't look all that happy that his head is being transformed into a crown.
Well, that no one liked doing, Jim. But what happens afterwards is grand. I mean, it's a bit small in here.
We study
What's the
statue.
situation with the door? Sorry, go ahead.
It looks locked.
So I mean, you can't really tell. At the moment, you're all on the threshold of entering this room at the moment, peering in. Until you enter any of these chambers, the entrance of these chambers could trigger various things. So you can't really see the door ahead in the eastern wall. The statue is kind of semi-blocking it. You can see there is one there. There are a number of things to determine from this room. The ceiling is rung. There is something very strange and up with that. There are the braziers, which are unlit. There is whatever this statuary represents. So there's a lot to potentially unravel. I'm not particularly going to spoon feed you with the kind of things that you need to do. So it is up to you
I think
to
since
decide. Yeah, go for it, Alder.
we've had the braziers described, Alder will be in the room. He will be
Okay.
overtaken with the excitement of seeing what could be a spa after his depression, of the study work on the steps down, and the fact we're probably going to need to spend to get a railing. He is, as soon as he sees the statue and sees the heat, it's like this is just already no money needs spent here. We could probably sell some of the braziers and use that money to build the other stuff. So he will be in the room.
Okay. So as you take a first step, the initial two braziers, one on the north wall, one on the south wall, as you step into the 5 foot between, you see that the ceiling sparks, and it's almost like molten alchemical fire seems to drip down. They drip down into each of the braziers, and the braziers spark up. Oh, thanks, Professor. We've got a £5 donation from an anonymous person. Professor, did they specify that they want that to be one of the flickers of fortune? If not, I will be generous and let our characters roll a d4. Well, I'll let you do rollies for it, to be honest. That's okay, Professor. It was good to see. Let me know how you're actually seeing these donations. Are you monitoring the donations page? Yeah, I appreciate that, because it is using up my resources. So I'm going to say cheers, Professor. Really appreciate your support here. I'm going to say, Alder, you can have this roll because you might need it. And £5 gets you an advantage dice. You don't need to roll it at this moment in time, but that is one of 3 that you can store up. Congratulations, Alder. These molten, sort of almost alchemical fire drips down from the ceiling, and as it does, they land perfectly within the braziers. Just 2 of them, one to the north, one to the south at the moment, and they flare up, casting even more light into this chamber. It seems though that this supernatural hellfire also empowers these braziers, which seems to determine that you are currently unwelcome here. So the gem on there sparks again with eternal flame, and bolts blast out from these braziers towards you. I am requiring a dexterity saving throw off you, Alder.
Cool. Just for Alder looks incredibly happy at the automated lighting system for an instant, and is about to step back to see if it switches back off and on again, and then we'll make his dex saving throw. So he looks happy in his last moments. I think is important. Where are base 20 with that? And let's roll.
What is?
That is a 14.
14
A 14.
is good enough. Very much like ability checks, saving throws are tiered per levels, and I can confirm that that is enough. So no need to use your advantage on that. And I am allowing, just so anybody says, because this is going to be challenging enough, I'm going to be allowing, it's not an advantage dice, it's you can choose to re-roll a failed roll, so you don't have to announce I'm going to use my advantage dice to give me advantage on this before you roll. Oh, all of the intricacies of Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, so there are blasts as this thing seems to channel this hellfire towards you. One from the northern brazier and one from the southern, and you manage to move back. As it misses, no half damage, you will be pleased to notice. They strike each other, and then the flame sort of dissipates again. The room doesn't go into darkness. The ceiling is still still lit. But what I would like you, I'm not going to need a roll for this, as I'm sure all of you were fundamentally watching this play out. If you weren't, then you didn't see this. If you were, you did see it. So as these globullets of alchemical fire drop down and descend, it is almost as if it creates a window of opportunity for you to look beyond this ceiling of flame, and you see through it. You see that the ceiling in these gaps churns with black clouds streaked by burning comets that seem to just vanish before they strike. You also glimpse legions of devils clashing on barren plains, rivers of blood carving crimson scars across a horizon. And all of this fades into storm fire once more.
I think you might be needing to reconsider your ambience. That's not very family friendly.
Yeah, no, I was thinking the same thing. Well, fudge.
I think your coat tail
Right.
is on fire. If you turn around, I'll pat it
I
out
did
for you.
Not the arrows, not the arrows. The flicking. So is he still in, or did he in
No,
jumping to add the way
you
jump back
kind
in?
of stepped back. But Quenlan, without a roll needed, obviously, if you pass the threshold of these barriers, of which there are braziers, of which there are 4 of them, it's probably going to cause this to happen. Yeah, probably some kind of welcome or trap. Obviously, sometimes these kind of traps, keywords, passphrases, the like, but your gut feeling with this, Quenlan, is that looking upon the fire on the ceiling, these perhaps fallen celestial angels, that entities that normally travel in and out of this chamber are immune to hellfire anyway, so it means nothing to them.
And when the hellfire kind of collided with each other, it didn't try to home in on Alder. It just came in at a particular height, right?
Yeah. I mean, someone, now that you're aware of these, you could, it would be difficult. You would have advantage on your dex saves. You couldn't necessarily avoid them, but if you succeed, you don't take any damage anyway. So,
What if we knock the
Um,
braziers down?
Thought.
So that,
Are they? Yeah.
the fire from the sky doesn't fall into it?
I mean, they look big and heavy, but someone with some kind of strength could give us a roll. In other words, you don't think you could just easily pull these over, but with a strength athletics roll, it would be possible.
And do I think it was triggered when Aldar's foot hit the ground or as he stepped in?
You would have to give me probably either an investigation or a perception roll there. The two things are concurrent with them, so it's almost impossible to say without a roll. You can, for science, test out theories, of course.
Let me see if I can figure it before we go down the science route. So I'll try investigation.
Mm-hmm.
A 14.
A 14, yeah. This isn't some massively hidden sort of trap, and your thievish instincts are always looking out for such quirks or things. You think it was actually as he moved past. You don't think that this is a pressure plate. You think that this is some kind of divine or arcane supernatural effect.
Well, magic-y types, over to you.
I have some experience in roping reindeer, so I could try and rope the brazier to the north and then pull it over.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, so are you going to form a lasso?
Yeah.
Okay, so you easily do this. So you're going to have to attempt to lasso it first, the northern. This is difficult. The angle that you need to get to without crossing the threshold, that's key. You're going to throw the rope and you hope that doesn't trigger it as well. You have, again, opportunities here. You can take 10, which means you can take 10 minutes and you will succeed at pulling the first one of these over, not necessarily on your first try, but on multiple tries. You can try and keep your time resource at a minimum, and you can make some rolls for this to see if you succeed.
Ask a quick question, Andy.
Yep.
A bit to do with Quenlan's. When they fired,
Mm-hmm.
you mentioned they didn't seem to track me. How high up did they fire? What was it, from the top of the brazier, basically?
Yeah, I mean, it would be the top of the brazier. It came from one of the gems that were in the side of the brazier.
Hmm.
So in effect, I said the braziers were about 3 foot sort of tall, so it's round about that 3 foot height. This blast of flame. Well done.
So,
Sorry, I'm just going to announce another donation before. Hold on to that thought, Quenlan. Don't lose it. You will be losing thoughts in the middle of the night. We've got a £15 donation. Please feel free to shout up if it was you out there. However, it's not for a wild magic surge, but for 2 potions of the people. Wow. So potions of the people, in your sack you have done this. So we need to determine who should have the potions of the people at the moment. As you can pass these around to each other anyway, I'm going to ask you for a very quick decision making of who's going to take it. I am going to start a timer because if you don't decide who's going to have them, I will have them for my NPCs. Go players, who's going to have these potions?
Yorgal.
Not me.
Yorgal.
I will have told them. Yorgal.
Okay, so Yorgal, you've currently got 2 greater healing potions. You can at any point pass them around though, so they're not bound to you. And I'll say a big thank you to that donation coming in there. Sorry, over to you, Quenlan.
So the question I was going to ask was, you said they were about 3 foot high, which is about the height of me.
Yeah.
So if I was to go like a snake on the floor and crawl, that would be significantly lower than that
I love the
to
idea
make my way through.
of you crawling on your belly like a worm. This is what people donate money for. Prostrate yourself, move forward if you wish.
But before I do
Alder's
that,
having a 1,000-yard stare as he remembers something similar when they first went in here. So he was having the same thought.
And I would
Why?
like to.
Why the same stuff twice?
Yeah, and as dungeon design, there are ways around these things. So absolutely, if you're clever, if you work out such things. Oh, it was Digi. Thank you very much, Digi, for the donation. Big shout out to you and a big love for it. Let me know if you want me to take the potions off the players and you want it to be something else. I'm more than happy to take potions off players. I really appreciate the donation, though. So, yeah, there are answers to all of these. Hi, Turrican. Thanks for joining us as well. Sorry about last night. I myself needed a little bit of a potion of healing. So
before
yeah.
I commit myself to crawling on my belly through the room, what I actually want to do is take out a single ball bearing from my pack, and I want to roll it across the room to see, as the ball bearing rolls, if it triggers all of the braziers. Because if it does, then I might be able to time it to be able to get across the room.
Perfect.
When the ball.
You roll your ball bearing, it scatters. I would like you to cross one of your 1,000 ball bearings off, unless you collect it later, in which case you can add it back on. It doesn't trigger the traps. Now, this might be the fact it's too small or an inanimate object or for some other reason. But no, it does not seem to trigger the traps.
Okay.
So instead of lassoing, we just go tiger across the floor?
I'm not sure you can get that low. That's my concern.
I can take off my pack and just push it ahead of me. That would reduce the height.
Okay. We're going to avoid the statues. I don't really want a golden crown on my head that's made out of molten metal.
Does that statue bring to mind any particular tales that we might be able to utilize?
There is nothing in this dungeon that is irrelevant. Everything has mind and purpose. You can bypass all of it. In doing so, it might make your journey much more dangerous in the future. Can you give me either, Yorgal, a history or religion roll, please?
A 10 total.
A 10 total. But you are a priest. So for you, just about with the 10 success, might have been difficult for others. You look upon these statues. I mean, it's brightly lit with the fiery ceiling, and you certainly recognize the dominant angel, or perhaps should I say fallen angel. For this dominant angel pouring this chalice of molten metal over the head of this other celestial angelic form is none other than Zariel, the archdevil of Avernus, the falling angel that is now the ruler of the first layer, the first level of the 9 hells. And that isn't your success. You perhaps, if you had spent any moments kind of looking on it, perhaps would have recognized her anyway. It's the other one, the one that she is holding down and pouring this molten crown that is forming around her head. This is Serathril. She also is an angel. Supposedly, once when both were angels, her lover, and as the ultimate act of deference and submission to Asmodeus, the stories speak of Zariel imprisoning, gifting Serathril to Asmodeus, binding her with some kind of iron or bronze crown. And this undoubtedly is a representation of that moment. Serathril was not a willing participation in this. So yeah, this probably has some kind of significance. With that, and you are looking up at this ceiling with what you have seen through there as well, you have in effect spotlight moment, as it were, as you begin to realize, although it makes your stomach perhaps sink and churn, that the ceiling is not a ceiling but a window, perhaps even a portal into Avernus itself. And that heat that you can feel is not only the fires of Avernus, but the corruption that spills out of it. And I think with successes come complications. I would like you to give me, on this level, a corruption saving throw, please. This is, on this level, only an intelligence saving throw, DC 5.
Intelligence neutral. D20 roll. 16.
You hear whispers. They're not seductive. This isn't beautiful temptations. These are different. They are orders, commands. Commands that you would perhaps find it almost impossible to ignore. With these revelations, you have opened yourself up. You know, traveling through these halls are going to cause potential corruptions to come upon you, and the others too. So we have unlocked corruptions during this dungeon. For every hour of game time that you spend in these dungeons, and I'm talking about the 24 hours, so that's 24 rolls, you will all have to make corruption checks. That's just everybody's going to make them at some point. And for every in-game hour you spend here, you will also have to make corruption checks as well. What corruption does, you are not sure yet, unless you want to spend time trying to work that out. At the moment, though, it has little to no effect on you, Yorgal, at all, easily being able to push off those commands, those orders. So, Yorgal, do you want to give that information to everybody?
Oh, dear. This isn't up there. It's actually hell, said Vernus. Its energies, they'll influence us. Come here, let me fortify us. And with that, I'm going to cast Aid on my 3 companions.
Oh, nice. I so much prefer aid when it is theatre of the mind, because I can do it on a piece of paper and rub it out. When it's on a virtual tabletop. So please, for your companions, for the viewers, let us know what this spell does, and let us work out the effects upon them.
So, for the next 8 hours, your maximum hit points and current hit points increase by 5.
Okay. So your maximum hit points are now +5 for the moment. I shall make a note on this. And this is maximum hit points, so if you get any temporary hit points, they do count. Beautiful. Have you got anything thematic that you want to do? How this looks as you fortify your players? I will cross off your... Is it first level or second level?
Second level. I'll gather everyone round, pull out a red cord like my holy symbol, and bind all of our wrists together as I aim to take on their suffering and empower them through my faith.
Perfect. Lovely. So empowered. During this time in this narrative of all of this story and history, Quenlan, you've been rolling your ball bearing. Nothing has really happened. You're still at the threshold of the very first room of this 9-level dungeon. It is 1:30. We've already eaten up an hour and a half of our 24 hours. It's going to be easy. It's going to be easy.
I mean, we could have had a cellar full of rats, Andy. That would have been quicker. You know,
Yeah.
that would have been through that.
That was my starting point when I decided to start you all off at first level. So it could have been.
So I know that obviously Kyle's character has been looking from a theological perspective at these, but I'd like to look at them from a thief's perspective. So I'm trying to see if I can see any seams on these that could potentially indicate parts that could move.
Okay.
Or secret compartments.
So are you going to commando-esque, and I don't mean take off your pants, I mean crawl on the ground? I mean, you could do both if you wanted. It's for charity after all. Are you going to sort of move forward to take a closer look and take that chance, or are you doing it from a distance?
No, I'm going to scooch myself carefully like a snake forward.
Yeah.
To try and position myself in a way that I can see.
Yeah.
Okay. And Quenlan always goes commando, so it doesn't matter really.
There we go then. There you go, chat. That is canon now. Okay, so you do scoot forward. It does trigger. The first drops down, blast, but over you, explosion of hellfire. The second, and I think the third, by the time you get to the statue, all of them do not home into you though, as you realise that they can be triggered multiple times, yes, but by staying low, you can move. It makes you worry, though. The heat of this hellfire, it is not normal fire, and it makes you wonder if it does hit you, whether that is game over. You get close enough, though, to fully investigate this statue. The statue itself, you can feel is radiating heat, but everything probably in this level is going to be the same. It's not scorching to the touch, though, and you begin to investigate this. Are you wanting to take 10, or are you just going to use your quick eyes?
So now I'm there. They're not triggering and triggering and triggering.
No,
They're
no.
just okay. That's good to know.
Yeah.
So we can get across and it doesn't continue to. What do the rest of you think? Should we take 10 on this? See if we can, or do you want me to try and look at it quickly?
It looks like an important statue, so I mean it's big and there's gold and brass and
Yeah, if anything
Corruption.
can be removed and carried away and sold, look out for that. As Alder's given up on this room now. It's not the money. It's one of the thought he was getting. He's had a think and he can't think of any way to sell this. Look home for tieflings or something. It just won't work. He can't think of any saleable use for this room.
So any of the furniture you're thinking how you can relocate to other rooms for aesthetic purposes?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Then in that case, I will. I think I'll take 10 to make sure we're not bursting each other into flames, and see if there's any way that we can.
So the good news is, I mean, the whole of what you've just done so far has taken you 10 minutes. So you've used 10 minutes of game time to get to this point here. You're going to use another 10 minutes to investigate this statue perfectly. The good news is this doesn't require a roll. I'm kind of interested, because the difficulty of you locating this secret compartment, had you made a quick roll, is difficult. So this would be 20. So give us an investigation anyway. This just helps you start making judgment calls of whether it's better to take 10 or not.
Yeah,
It's a
no.
natural 1. Yeah, I mean, disastrous. And fails are fails. So in this dungeon, if you fail at doing something, it can't really be retried. So you spend 10 minutes and you find it. You don't think this statue is going to animate or anything, but perhaps ironically, perhaps not, you notice in the base of this statue, underneath where the fallen one, the one that is being pinned down and crowned, there's a secret compartment. With your taking 10, you are aware that it isn't trapped, but it is locked. There's no easy way just to. It's not so much it's keyhole locked, but you need to work out how to manipulate this with a sleight of hand. And again, you have the same offer here. You can try and do this instantly, or you can make it an automatic success by taking another 10.
Am I able to use my thieves' tools over sleight of hand?
Yeah. This is the same mechanic basically. So you can choose which is ever better for doing this.
So I'm pretty good with thieves' tools. That's where part of my expertise sits. So I've got a +7 with that.
I'm happy if at any point you don't want to be surprised to be transparent about the DC, so you can make judgment calls. So because this dungeon is difficult and dangerous enough, making such calls is sometimes needed. So it's up to you.
I think I'm going to give it a go with the thieves' tools, but not take 10.
Okay.
So,
and would you like to know the DC first? Or do you
yeah, that would be good.
Okay. So now that you've decided that the DC is only 10, So
Okay.
you probably stand a reasonable chance of being able to do this.
Yeah, 19 overall.
Okay. So as you determined it wasn't trapped, and you manipulate this panel really, and eventually it clicks and it pulls out like a small drawer, and in that you see that there is what at first you think is a gem glowing. It's glowing with a green light. It's small, maybe only a centimetre, but as you look at it, it doesn't seem to be a gem at all. I'm going to say you know what this is. I'm going to say what all of you know what this is, because this is another mechanic of this dungeon. This is a soul stone. Oh, yeah, that probably doesn't help any of you because none of you know what a soul stone is. I'll probably better tell you that as well. A soul stone is a way of you empowering an item or a weapon with a positive modifier, making it magical. So rather than randomly finding magical items down here, which you might do, you can attach a soul stone. Once it's bound to that item, it's bound forever, making that item magical. A green one represents a +1 enchantment, making it both magical and fortified. Oh, it's called a soul stone, isn't it? Doing so destroys the soul that is contained within it, and makes you have to do a corruption roll. You may ask questions about that mechanic should you wish to.
No, I'm good.
Are the souls suffering within the gem?
Yes, it's not so much you're putting the soul to rest, as it were, really. So that's a positive. The problem is the fact that you are destroying this infernal thing. It potentially can corrupt you. So ethically speaking, there's no dark ethics or worries about doing this. It's a positive thing, but it does cause you a degree of temptation, as it were, really, which is what the corruption roll is for.
Alder,
Yes.
I found this, and
Hang on.
I think this could go on your bow and might help you with your arrows being lost less often.
Right.
But something weird happens when you do it, I think. But this place, you found it, so I think this is yours.
Okay. Weird.
Yeah, weird.
Is it good? Is it just for bows, or is it good for anything?
I think you can stick it on anything.
It does include both weapons and armor, just to be clear.
Right. And what's it doing at the moment?
Glowing green.
Right. It's not powering this doohickey thing. It's not.
I don't think so. I've
No,
got it for.
absolutely.
I mean,
not.
that was my hope, but
Yeah.
it doesn't seem to be doing that at all. This seems to be just some kind of hidden treasure, which, who doesn't want to find hidden treasure in dungeons?
Well, I'm happy to try it.
If we find
Okay.
more in the future, maybe we can give them to each other, but it feels fitting that as the proprietor of this space that you get first dibs.
I mean, I'm even having second thoughts going forward at all. It doesn't seem very profitable. I think I'm going to stick with upstairs being the hotel and downstairs being. I have to have a real think. It's a neat attraction in here.
Fun
Perhaps
house.
the more dubious people who come and want a quick trip to Avernus. Maybe that there's a market there. It's not one I'm sure I want to dip my toes into, but finance is finance, and
What do they call it? Extreme tourism.
Training
yeah,
centre for
yeah,
wannabe adventures.
yeah. I was trying to think of the signage. Lie down and view Avernus. No, really, we mean lie down. You're going to have to lie down and sort of gunge yourself forward and view, maybe.
And as
I
you're
don't know.
saying that, there are just the occasional drips of hellfire gloop just kind of dropping down and just hitting the floor anyway.
This would have been such a nice bar room, and it's not. Upset. But yes, I'll take this green thing and stick it on my bow.
Okay.
Do you need to shuntle forward and have a look at the door?
I'm wondering if there is actually a switch in the same compartment that I got this out of. This was like a drawer, so there might still be something in there. So I'm just going to have a quick look, and then, yeah, if there's nothing there, I'll head over to the door and see. Okay.
So while he looks, I'll attach it to the bow lying on my back, and his attention is somewhere else as I convulse and tentacles sprout from my body.
Yeah. So
Understood.
what you basically do is you sort of bring the two together, and you can sense the same whispers that Yorgal did previously. And again, it is commands: soldier, use your bow, empower it, give the soul to it, etc., etc., etc. That's what it says, literally. I'm going to need a corruption roll off you. This is exactly the same on this level. It is an intelligence saving throw, and it's DC 5 at the moment.
That's one of those, and one of those.
Maybe the most stupid people should get to do the soul gems first.
I mean, that's a 3 on the dice.
You've got an advantage stacked.
I'm looking at that because full transparency, the plus is a singular plus, so making it a 4.
Yeah, so
So
that's from my extensive knowledge of mathematics, the 4 is lower than the 5, so that would be a fail. Do you wish to
I think
take the first level of corruption, or I mean, it might be,
quite nice.
yeah, you never know. Or do you wish to resist with the might of your mind and give us a second roll to see whether that works?
I think less than the might of his mind and the might of, I have been sold a pup and I'm cross and I'm getting nothing out of this. And shut up voices in my head. Only the voices of avarice, greed and gambling are allowed in my head. He will take the chance again.
Okay.
So thank you to whoever.
Yeah, thank you for your donation. Has
Allows
it made a
the
difference?
forces of greed to overcome possibly the forces of Avernus.
That's okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
there we go.
So you shut out those. I shall remove your advantage dice. So that is spent. But the good news now is that gem, it infuses your bow with sort of faint green light. It is now a +1 bow. Congratulations. It means that any arrows that you do shoot from it will also they count as magical. They won't. The bow will be +1. You don't get +2 with the arrow and the like. But you have begin to realize how you can maybe obtain items of power now from this dungeon without going through all the rigmarole of identifying and everything else. Although that might happen as well.
It looked like it, and I'm going to temper him to more of a.
Oh, I can hear voices from someone. Anyway, it might be. Happy birthday for yesterday, Ryan. Because I think that was Ryan. Okay, we move back to you, Quenlan, at the moment, I guess, because you said you wanted to do some rummaging.
Yeah, just Checking in that secret compartment to see if there is any triggering mechanism that we might be able to switch off.
Okay. So the GM of me would say yes. You search this, and well done. You have indeed found the off switch for this. The other portion on my side is no, there's no off switch to this, but they can now all just crawl through and get this, but that's going to take another hour for them to do. So let us try and move on to room number 2 as rapidly as possible. You have found the way to circumnavigate this chamber quite easily. So yeah, indeed, you find some way of disrupting this effect, this targeted hellfire streaming down into the braziers and causing these blasts, and you certainly negate it for a moment, perhaps for an hour or two before it perhaps resets again, allowing you all to enter this chamber now safely, as safely as it can be with the very level of awareness above you.
Bear will take out his piece of chalk again.
Yep.
And this time it's again a triangle, but with a horizontal line on 2 sticks and the number 3 and then the letters F and T.
Okay, very good.
He has no idea what letters are because he's illiterate, but this is in Druidic. Be aware, do not be higher than 3 feet if you want to cross the room.
Yeah.
God, that's very specific.
Bear seems to be defacing your establishment with all sorts of strange hippie signs.
Least of Alder's worries. At the moment. Absolute least. You go for it, Bear. That's grand.
I will pick up my ball bearing, thank you.
Yeah, you can add that to your 1,000 again. I am keeping track. Let us. I'm going to change the charity thing. I think it's this one. I'm scared with this. No, that's the wrong one. Let's do that. I can't find it. Is that the one? No, that's not that. Lots of things happening here because I can't see the correct thing to turn off. There we go. So we've just got the charities that we're supporting there as well now, which is nice. And we'll flick back to rewards in a little while. Okay, so potential dangers from this room done now. You have spent a scant amount of time, maybe 20 minutes so far in this chamber. There is this small sort of 5 foot by 5 foot corridor in the east wall that is obviously got this doorway in. The door is closed, and you can see again its magnificent sort of bronze and brass, and it has kind of this motif of the spread angelic sort of wings, but rather than a figure between them, there is just this embossed kind of cracked crown that is the center of these two wings. It's just embossed on the door, it's not physical.
Does the door seem to be locked?
You sort of look, it doesn't even appear to have a keyhole. Again, it's warm to the touch. It appears to be made of solid metal, but again, it doesn't look like it's a plug. It doesn't look like you have to push it. It looks like it's hinged. Looks like it would push into this next corridor, whatever lies beyond it. But what you can see is this ceiling ripples above you, and also carries on perhaps beyond this door as well, as if there is no real ceiling here. It is all just a window or a portal to Avernus.
Do you want to get away from the door, Alder? You seem to have an aversion, and then I'll push it.
No, I'll stick with you,
Okay.
Plus,
Okay.
there's not actually a lot of space in here, so I can't really go back that much.
I'll try and push the door then.
Yeah, so you feel the heat on your hands and it's uncomfortable, but you begin to push. What is your strength stat?
9, I think.
9. Okay. You
8, sorry, not 9.
8. Yeah. With an 8, you don't need to make a roll, but this is a heavy door. Whilst it is hinged, as you push it, it doesn't just simply open. You realise that you might actually have to put your back to it and just push it open that way. Again, you don't believe it's trapped. It's just the weight of the metal in this heavy door.
As Quenlan is trying to do that, somewhere above his head, Bear just pushes the door with one hand.
Okay.
I'll push you
Strength
toward me
of
before you
16.
did that, as I could land on the floor on my bum.
Yeah. So, what's your strength, Bear?
16.
Yeah. So again, it's still heavy to you, but you flex those muscles and push it, and you don't need to have so much physical force against it. And certainly with the two of you together anyway, this door nicely swings open. And we come to the mapping again. This room, as I say, there's the rest of that 5-foot chamber that this door is in that completes, and it opens up into almost an identical room before in terms of proportions anyway. Going east to west, it's 20 feet. Going north to south, it's 25 feet. Directly opposite this door, you see that there is another 5-foot by 5-foot passageway in the eastern wall, and that also has another door in it. But also in the southern wall, there's another 5-foot by 5-foot corridor leading south, and that is 20 feet away from the west wall, and that also appears to have a door in it too. Just going to quickly go to chat while you're scribbling all of that down. Hooray, thank you. We have a potion donation for Quenlan. Again, if you see the real name, you won't mention it on here unless you would like to speak up. The message says, for Quenlan, you got this. So there we go. Quenlan, you have a potion donation. So I'm just going to...
Cool. Thank you, whoever.
Yeah. And it's
Andy,
great,
so just
great potion, yeah.
so I can get my head around this again then, so that once we get through this first door, there's a 5-foot corridor connecting to another room.
So all of the, unless I say specifically, the doors are situated in 5-foot by 5-foot passageways that link the two rooms.
Okay.
So between the first room with the angelic statue in this room, there's a 5-foot by 5-foot passageway, yeah? In the centre of that passageway is the door.
Yep, so there's basically just a 5-foot passageway with a door at the end.
Yeah, basically.
Yep.
And you see that there's the same thing directly opposite the door that you came through. A 5-foot passageway, but you can only see 2.5 feet because there's a closed door in it. And then there's also a 5-foot passageway with another closed door in the southern wall. And that passage starts 20 feet from the west wall. So that is the dimensions of the room. Hopefully you've all got that. The ceiling remains the same. This roiling fire, occasionally parting like broken clouds for you to get a full on view of Avernus. In the centre of this chamber, though, is yet another item. You see that there is a large obelisk standing maybe 15 foot tall, perhaps only 3 or 4 feet from the roiling sky itself. The ceiling above is perhaps about 20 feet, if that, above. This obelisk again is bronze and brass, but at each of the corners of this you see that there is what appears to be some kind of sarcophagus, and you begin to realize those are not sarcophagi. There's 4 of them, one at each corner of this square rectangular cenotaph, this obelisk, and you begin to realize that the shape of these upright sarcophagi, they have angelic warrior-esque kind of reliefs on them, but you see that where the faces are, there are holes in them, and on top of that you also see or begin to believe that these... No, I'm not going to tell you that. You probably can't determine that whilst they are closed. So that is what you see in this chamber. You're on the threshold of it, looking from the western door.
Is one of those upright sarcophagi / cenotaphs, is it facing us?
2 of them are sort of. They're in the centre of this room. There is this rectangular obelisk stroke cenotaph, and seemingly to be hooked or chained to them are these upright sarcophagi. And you notice that they are just touching the ground. They don't seem to be chained closed. There's not chains wrapped around them, but they certainly are almost hanging like gallows sort of cages. It's ominous in the extreme.
Okay, so they're cages with what looks to be bodies of angels in them?
No, they are sarcophagi,
Oh, okay.
sealed, but with the relief of angelic warriors on the front of them. But you can see that where the faces are, there are eye holes in them.
Can I have a quick listen to, not over the top, because we're not doing Alien here, but just to the side of one of the eye holes and hear whether there's any squirming or things inside?
So
as Alders were it, that things are going to come out of these holes.
Are you doing this from the doorway? Are you kind of leaning into it from the doorway? Yeah.
I mean, if I can lean and get to it, I will absolutely do that.
No, I mean,
if I can't, then I'll walk in and...
Yeah, you would have to walk in if you wanted to. Okay, so you move forward. The good news...
I'll explain to the others what I'm doing just so they know.
The good news is nothing instantly happens as you enter the threshold, unlike last time. But as you get closer, that feeling of oh, all is okay, all is well, begins to fade from you as you get closer to them. Give me a perception roll. I would say you could take 10 here, but I don't think you've got 10 minutes.
Right. Perception. Gone. One of those. One of those. That's a 13 in total.
13. Perfect. Absolutely. Or is it perfect? You kind of listen, and absolutely from this one here, and you think your presence, perhaps even opening the door, is causing old bones to begin to move. And you also begin to feel a heat, a light. You see a light begin to light up in these eye holes. It's like something is reanimating, moving for the first time in centuries, and you get this horrible stench of sulfur as well, not of rot, but of sulfur and of burning bone. You have enough time to shout out a warning.
I will do so.
And thank you for reminding me, Professor, that we are 2 hours in. On the hour, every hour, we're going to ask for corruption rolls off people. I've let you off the first one at 1 o'clock because you hadn't made it to the dungeon proper at that point. I don't think we're going to get to the end of this dungeon today, even with 24 hours, but I'm all for a 48-hour game. So, starting with you, Alder, just before you can give your warning, I need DC 5 intelligence saving throw, please.
Well, that was fine last time, so I have every confidence. Oh.
No negative.
7.
7 is fine. Yeah, again, maybe it's breathing in this. Maybe it's just the time that you've spent in this dungeon. You begin to hear these whispered, almost commands, and you throw them from your mind. Same to you, Bear.
Well, that's a nice one to waste
Yeah,
a natural
natural.
20.
Is it a waste though? You too hear this, and your primal strength forces it off. You are fine. You all feel your skin prickle these whispers, though you know there is corruption here. Then we move to you, Yorgal. Ilmater. What is Ilmater the god of again?
It's a god of endurance, martyrdom, perseverance, and suffering.
There is a moment where you perhaps think you should take this corruption on yourself, for there is surely only a finite amount of corruption, and if you take it all, you will relieve it from others. And then you think perhaps maybe that's not the best idea at the moment, for your companions might need you. And then, of course, perhaps the least corruptible of the lot of you, Quenlan.
Just 6.
It's fine. We've got a long way to go yet. This is just the start. Okay, so you all feel that spurt of potential temptation, corruption, the like, but you all save from it. So we'll move back to you, Alder.
I will call out that. I reanimated is such a loaded word, but I think there's something happening with the sarcophagi. There's smell and light coming from them, and he will notch an arrow to his shiny green bow and step out of the way to allow people to get in if they need to.
Perfect. First combat of the game. So the sarcophagi are pushed open and kind of moving out in the best stop motion animation are 4 charred skeletons. You see that hellfire ripples along them, their bones no longer black, no longer white, but charred, blackened, glowing with infernal heat. All of them are brandishing what appears to be long swords that have seen much better times. And you realise what I was about to tell you. These are not sarcophagi, but iron maidens. As the doors open, you see horrific spikes on the inside of the door. So we're going to go to combat, and we're going to go analog. I've got all these little things here, so we know what is going on. So Alder, give me an initiative, please. Oh,
It's a
Turrican,
9.
thank you very much for the donation. A 9 for you. Would you like that to be for anything specific, Turrican? Any reward? So Alder, you've got a 9. Bear.
I got a 7.
You got a 7. So Turrican has just donated £5. Please correct me if this is wrong, because I am multitasking. That is an advantage. I'm guessing anybody who wants it doesn't include me, because I certainly want it. Which one of you would like to take that initiative? I think we start the countdown clock. If one of you don't claim it, I will have it.
The advantage, could it be for anything?
It's basically you get to re-roll a d20 roll.
Can I use it for a sneak attack?
Yeah, you can use it, but you would have to roll it as an advantage roll then.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll take it.
Yeah, perfect. Well done. Yorgal, what is your initiative?
Yes. 14.
14. Very good. So I can reposition all of these, and then finally Quenlan.
23.
23. Nice roll. Fortunately not for your first attack. I say that with a big smile on my face. Okay, so we do have our beautiful monster manual here. I'm not going to be overly using monsters from the new monster manual, the 2024 rules, because we are using monsters that were designed to go with the classic rules here. I'm just wondering whether Skellington, I can never say that with my Brummie accent, yeah, it is under S rather than under undead. So they get +2 to their initiative, their dexterity. So I'm simply going to roll 4d20. 1, 2, 3, 4, and each of these will have +2 to it. So we have a 22, we have a 10, and 2 7s. If that is right by everybody else.
The 2 7s go before bear.
Now I'm going to be generous and home rule that adventurers go first on ties rather than dexterity checks. Let's face it, you're going to need all the help you can get. So I can position all of these little things here, so I don't need to look at anything else. So Quenlan, I do believe you're going first on a 23. These are skeletons, they're homebrew skeletons, they're not standard. You can see that they are charred and are rippling with hellfire. But on the whole, other than that, quite possibly very similar stats to the monster manual that we are using here.
Sure, so I will take a shot at them with my short bow.
Okay.
17.
A 17 does hit. Which one are you trying to attack? Higher initiative, middle initiative, or the two twins at the end?
The highest initiative, please.
Okay, very good.
And I do 1d6, 4d6 plus 3 damage with my sneak attack.
We also have a donation once this is done, Andy.
All right, thank you.
We don't need to talk about that, Brooks.
19 points of damage.
Brooks is back, if I'm guessing what he's done. Sorry, I'll come on to this, and we'll come to Brooks in a minute. 19 damage.
That's right.
Surely that can't be right.
Sneak attack plus.
I'm joking. I'm not questioning you. I'm very much aware that's right. How do you?
Oh, sorry, it's
destroy
not. I'm wrong. It's not that. It's 1d6 less than that. So let me just tell you what it actually was. It would have been 16 damage. Sorry, that's 6, 12. Yes, 9, 15 damage. Sorry.
15 damage. Very good. So, how do you destroy this creature?
I think I get quite a nice hit on the side of it, where its temple would have been, knocking its skull off its head, off his skull, off his body.
Perfect. Okay. As you do that, though, as I say, Brooks is back, and I've missed this. As an agent of chaos, he has donated 15, which is good. And I think very much this is, I'm assuming, please question me if I'm wrong, but a £15 donation is an infernal wild surge. Woo! This makes my tummy tingle. Anyone who wishes to play along, get your copy of the player's handbook out. These are open roles here, so we're going to look. Wild Search, I believe, is under Sorcerer. Sorcerers, unless they've changed the alphabet, is under S. Wild Magic Surge, D100 table. Yeah, I love being sent out to Michal here, which means I think if it's targeted on anybody, it's you, Michal, that it's directed towards. I mean, all the positives as well. So I'm going to do it. I have the table in front of me. I need to work out how to roll. If I roll just the one with 2-0, do I need to do both dice? That one, I think, and that one, don't I? I think that's how we do it.
No, just the 100, and it will do
just the 100. Okay, if you're certain with this. If you've all got your players' handbooks ready, looking at your Wild Magic Surge tables. Thank you very much, Brooks. Boomph. Oh, wow, that is a 70. Now I need to do both dice. So 70 is
Invisibility.
well, no, it's not both dice, so I need to roll the 10 dice as well. So don't get too excited. So the other dice is a 7, so 77. Wow, you cast polymorph on yourself. If you fail the saving throw, you turn into a sheep for the spell's duration. Okay, very nice. So I think, as this is not you, it is the infernal level casting this, and as it was a very generous donation, I think it will be of the level of this this dungeon here, which is level 1. So I'm just looking at the details of polymorph. It's been so long since I've used a physical book to be able to do all of this wonderful stuff. So we do.
I have a spell card.
Yeah, spell cards are cool, but there's something else about looking through this. I'm going to determine this obviously is polymorph, so it is going to need to be a wisdom saving throw. And I'm going to determine that at this level, your spell save is 13. So can you resist this spell save?
Apologies, I'd had my dice set up for my first attack, not
Yeah.
knowing that I'd be turned
Welcome
into a
to
sheep.
the chaos that is both a charity stream and the incredibly generous Brooks. Unfortunately, unless,
Sorry.
well, I mean, it is a saving throw. You could, if you want, choose to fail it for that wonderful, wonderful donation. I'm not saying that you should do. I'm just merely
I
telling you
cannot
the
think
rules of
of a
D&D.
single reason why Alder would want to fail this saving throw,
But
unfortunately.
there is a higher force called Michal above it. But okay, you don't have
Yeah,
to.
okay.
No,
He
no.
is somewhat distracted with his bow. He is focusing on those, and so I will choose to fail that and become a sheep.
Okay. Very, very
It
good.
means I don't have to buy. It means I don't have to look at my rules for a
Well,
bit. So
I
I'll
mean,
take
the sheep only has 1 hit point, so anybody can knock you out of the polymorph. I'm going to say dungeon is concentrating on the spell, so you can't just cheese it and say I'm going to drop my
shoot a wall.
concentration. But you can be brought back into the fight by extreme damage by someone like Bear or whatever. Thank you very much for accepting Brooks's donation. Bah! Until someone knocks you out, you have to bar instead of speak, though. And I love the emoji Brooks has thrown into the chat there. Okay. So, Quenlan, the first skeleton, though, that you did, you destroy, shattering its bones, and it does indeed clatter to the ground, and you see the bones begin to char more and cinder and fall to ash, as it were, really. Very good, and that means that the next person on initiative is Yorgal.
I've still got my bonus action.
All right, sorry.
I will cunning action go and break line of sight behind the door.
Okay, you head back out of this chamber. Breaking line of sight, yes, as your cunning action. Perfect. Then we move to you, Yorgal. Yorgal. Your fault for playing a character that has 1 letter different from another character.
A character I knew nothing about.
Yeah, no, it's good choice. Good choice of name.
Yes, I'll start, go forward, interpose myself between the group and skeleton as best I can, and take a swing at one with my mace.
Go for it.
Probably going to miss with a 10.
A 10 is unfortunately a miss. Same armor class as the monster manual for transparency. It is 13, so almost, but not quite as you swing, and this thing just moves out of the way in that very stop motion thing. It kind of takes 1 or 2 steps back and then lunges forward with a longsword. Okay, so it's going to attack with the longsword rather than the short sword. Has +4 to hit, and I'm going to say it's you, Yorgal, that it is attempting to strike as you have moved into melee at the moment. So I'm going to roll this. It does have +4 to hit. An 18 is indeed a hit. I do give you all chance to respond to that if you do have anything that anybody can do. I think it is unlikely. So with that, it only gets +2 to this damage roll because it's using a long sword, not a short sword. Oh, but it does hit you for a very tasty 8 points of damage. Yorgal, you're at -8 hit points, dropping your armor class down from 35 to 27. I think that is the maths. So that is number 10 that is done, and then we move to initiative 9 and Alder.
Right. Well, I checked how bright I am, and that's not very. But I would like to, if possible, just no pun intended. I know it's not on the character sheet for sheep, but there is a strength and there is a proficiency. I'd like to see if I could ram a skeleton,
I love
as
it.
I think the frostness of this day has passed over into the sheep, and it is irrationally. Plus, it's very cocky because it gets advantage on strength and dex rolls to keep it from going prone. So that's a benefit.
Indeed,
So I
a
think
battering ram. I love it.
yes, if it is if I'm allowed to add proficiency, that would be a +3 bonus to hit, doing 1 point of damage since it only has a strength of 1.
I
Plus
think
bonus,
that is
so.
brilliant. So you're going to charge. There's only 2 skeletons left. No, sorry, there's three skeletons left. Are you attacking the one that Yorgal attacked, or one of the other 2?
The one that Yorgal attacked, I
Okay,
think.
yeah.
While I'm not currently in the form of a dwarf, I still have the heart.
Okay, fantastic. So you charge forward. You don't
Yeah.
yeah. You get +1 to that.
No, that's with all the bonuses. That is a 15.
No, sorry. I can only really see the dice. I'm not looking at the
Oh.
dice rolling page. So I could only see you rolled a 12, which is why I said, have you got any bonuses? Very good. Okay. So you charge forward, headbutt. Thank you very much for that donation, Turrican. Please shout up if you particularly want that to go to somebody in particular. So you hit this effectively with your head. I'm going to rule, and it probably says that a sheep does bludgeoning damage anyway. So you don't do the 1 point, because it seems that these skeletons are vulnerable to bludgeoning damage. That means you do 2 whole points to it with your charge in there. So I shall put 2 damage on that. Very good. Okay. Then we move to Bear.
Bear will attack the same target with his wooden mace, which has a stone in the top bit of it.
Nice.
And he's got 20.
20 is absolutely a
Total.
hit. Yeah. 20 is a hit. So this one has taken 2 points of damage already, only 11 hit points left, and you're using a bludgeoning weapon. This doesn't make it a critical hit, but whatever damage you roll will be doubled.
There would be 7 damage in total on 1d6.
Okay, so that knocks it up to 14, which is enough. Please tell me how you smash this skeleton, grinding its charred bones into ash.
Bear's fairly tall, so he will just make a huge overarm swing and just come down on top of the skull of the skeleton and just ram it down through its rib cage to its pelvis, and then either half of the skeleton will just crumble as the skull is already on the floor.
Okay. Perfect. We come to the 2 charred skeletons empowered by the will of Avernus itself. Which one of you would say is closest to being chaotic? Which one of you has that sort of chaotic vibe to you?
Not Bear.
No.
I'm a raging sheep.
Yeah. Yorgal, you're probably lawful, aren't you? Yeah, I mean, these two skeletons attack Brooks, I think. His manifestation.
No, that's
of
next
chaos.
Friday, Andy.
Yeah,
You're looking ahead to when it's to be my player.
Okay then. So what I'm going to do is, they can't determine which of you is the choicest threat. So whenever we do this, we're going to roll a d4 and just move across. We've got a 4. That's going to be Quenlan. It can't be Quenlan as you backed away. So we'll roll a d3 instead. So yeah, that's going to be Yorgal. Kind of makes sense, really. This priest. So they're going to move forward to you, and again, they've just got +2s to these rolls. Maybe it's the blood that they sense. So the first one attacks you, which easily misses, and the second one attacks you. That one does hit though. So you will take another +2 to this damage. 10 points. These are not treating you kindly, as you're now at -18 to your hit points. That is their 2 goes. We move to the top of the round and Quenlan.
Probably should have rolled a stealth roll last time, Andy.
You couldn't
breaking
because
line.
you cunning action. You didn't. I thought you said you cunning action moved or disengaged or something.
I tried to break line of sight out of the door to do stealth, but I can do that at the start of this turn. That's not a problem.
Yeah. Sorry, I was under the impression you used your cunning action because you said I've got a bonus action.
That's okay.
I assumed that that's what you was using it for. But you can initially, you've broken line of sight. If you want to give me a stealth roll, you will need to beat their passive perception.
Okay, let's give that a go. $12.
A 12 is okay. Their passive is only 9, so they are very much enjoying hacking apart Yorgal at the moment.
And then I shall take another shot with my bow, again with advantage against one of them, the one that actually hit Yorgal, I think. Critical hit.
Very nice. Don't you just love it?
So that would be...
We should get a critical hit sounding device. That would be cool.
30. What's the damage?
30 points. So how do you destroy that one?
I'm just picking them off, same as before. Eagle eye, hit the skull off the top of the neck.
Mm-hmm.
Crumples to the ground.
Absolutely brilliant. I love it. Okay. So with that one down, leaving only one left, you have a bonus action. No, you can't.
I use that.
Are you staying now sort of in line of sight, or
Yeah.
What are you doing? Anything else?
I'm in the doorway still, so...
But if you're a halfling, you can hide behind another person, and you can.
I can, but hide is still an action that I would need to take, and I've already used my cunning action as my bonus action.
Yeah, it's
But-
you can use someone to break line of sight is basically how that works, but it still requires the hide to be made. Okay, so with that we move to Yorgal. You are surrounded now by, well, you're not surrounded because one of them just exploded in a whole host of bone splinters. But there is one left, and yeah, you've seen better days.
Well, let's try again with the maze.
Go for it.
+4 to this. 16.
Yeah, that is a hit, and again bludgeoning weapon. So this This is going to be vulnerable damage.
A total of 4 doubled to 8.
Okay. So it itself becomes bloodied, but still not defeated at the moment as it reels back. And I think probably with that you knock its skull off and it just kind of rattles round into the corner of the chamber. But it seems that it doesn't even need a head to keep battling. So with yep.
That I have to possibly take one of these lovely potions. Thank you, Digi.
Okay, so you do have 2 potions. I'll mark that one down to 1. And it's greater healing potion, so roll as 4d4 plus 4.
14.
14. Is that right? 14?
Yep.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So you are on negative, you're on basically 4 wounds now. Very nice, you guzzle that down. Oh, we have another one of our mods on stream. Hello, Jack. Thanks for joining us. You've missed so much, and there is so much to go still. And thank you very much for volunteering to a mod as well. With that, we move to Alder. Hello, Dr. Jocelyn as well.
So Alder the sheep would like to, being as sheep are quite belligerent and generally sort of rub up against things, and being as this is a skeleton and the sheep has horns, I would like to attempt to grapple and push by basically ramming my horns into this headless thing's ribcage and basically pushing it largely away from Yorgal.
Nice. So is this literally using your, a push attack in effect, or do you want to?
Yeah,
Yeah,
basically,
okay.
yeah.
So this is going to be an opposed strength athletics roll.
Let me just scan my character sheet for my athletics stat. I don't seem to have that. I'll be strength.
So I mean, I can look because in the player's handbook, I
They
think
don't.
they don't have.
I've looked up sheep.
No,
No, they don't.
Yeah, I'm going to. That's a mistake. A mistake. We can reskin this as. I'm feeling generous. I'm going to say because you've taken this on, you can have the stats of a mule.
Ooh.
So that gives you +2 to your strength.
Ooh. Legacy mule. Wow. That's a buff.
Yeah. I might stay as this for the rest of the adventure.
Yeah. I mean, these hit points has gone up a lot. Oh yes. So it'll be a strength roll. So I'll make a strength roll with its stats.
Yeah. So it's basically got +2 to the d20. Oh, that
Here we
is
go.
good. I am going to
Let's
do
say 90.
an opposing roll. He does not have any bonus to this. Oh, you do headbutt it. I'm going to say you do move it back, but you haven't imposed any kind of real disadvantage on it at the moment. I am going to say, using your 1 point of damage, that you also do 2 points of damage to it as well as you bludgeon it back. But it's not flat-footed or anything at the moment, to use a different
No,
game's
it was
terminology.
purely to move it so that my companion dwarf wasn't necessarily the obvious next target.
Perfect. And not knocked prone either, but a good move. And then we move to Bear.
Yeah, he will chase the sheep with the skeleton and attempt to hit it with his mace again.
Okay, go for it.
A 16.
Definitely going to be a hit. And this should easily be able to crush the... Yeah.
6 damage.
Multiply it to 12, and that one crumples into dust as well. And as rapidly as all that began, you are now out of initiatives once more. You have found that battling in this heat, though, has made it uncomfortable. Those of you wearing any kind of armor, it's chafing a little bit. You're sweating as the fiery sky of Avernus burns
Bear
down.
crafts a halter for the sheep so he can lead it on.
I'm not sure whether Alder... Yeah,
Alder's happy with that.
okay. Crafting a thing, a harness for it, is going to take you some time, though.
Just a halter for like from a piece of rope.
So you're just
It's
wrapping
just 2 knots.
Yeah. So you're just wrapping some rope around his neck and
No, around the horns, where the horns
around
are
the
going.
horns, on the horns. Okay, nice. Okay, so are any of you reacting to the fact that Alder is now a sheep, other than sort of tying them up?
Bear explains that it will wear off in about an hour. And the rope is just to make sure that he's not getting lost.
Can we not do anything to expedite that?
Well, kill an
Right, it's a
innocent
battle.
sheep.
Hey, you cast magic. I'm asking the questions. All I asked was, is there anything we can do? You bought a murder.
That's why I said I don't want to kill an innocent sheep.
Is it actually a sheep?
You can give me Arcana rolls, especially you, Bear, as you are arguing this.
Sheep looks up trustingly at all of you, as with intelligence too. It has no idea you're discussing its murder.
I rolled a 7.
Yeah. So
It's a sheep.
You're not sure how you interpret this. Do you believe when you wild shape you actually become a bear that you change places with, or?
Oh yes, it's the spirit of the bear that goes in that takes over my body basically. So it's a spirit, and you can't just go around killing spirits.
I didn't suggest we should go around killing spirits. I asked you, was there a way to expedite his transformation back? That's all.
Yeah, only by killing the spirit. You don't do that if it's a neutral spirit. You know, you might anger it, and it might not be willing to come back and help you anymore.
Okay. I'm still not sure I got the answer. So the answer is no. There is no way to expedite his transformation back.
Well, you can kill it, but I said that's wrong. So
If I kill it, does it bring Alder back?
yes, but it might scare the spirit of the sheep away, and it might not aid us anymore the next time.
So we can either have
powerful
Alder.
attacks that it did.
We could have Alder aid us, or the sheep aid us.
Yes. But how stressed would Alder be seeing what else is down here versus a nice relaxing sheep day?
So what you're saying is, for some mental well-being, the sheep should stay.
Above the table, Alder's living his best life. No stress, no worries about death or creditors. He's quite happy with his intelligence. Maybe slightly missed that literally 20 minutes ago he got a magic item. But other than that, he's perfectly happy, and he hit a skeleton.
Okay, then I'm sure when he does turn back, he'll be more than happy to have known that you didn't expedite his transformation.
I mean, should this stop?
We'll see when it wears off.
So, if any of the rest of us turn into animals for whatever reason, do we want it expediting, so to speak?
No, I wouldn't be. The
What would
bear
I want to?
spirit would be really offended if you would kill it before its time is up.
Who decides when its time is up?
But it wears off in an hour. It will leave me in an hour if I use the bear spirit to transform.
So whenever you transform into a bear, you always are a bear for an hour.
Yeah, because I don't want to upset the bear spirit. It's
It's quite a
it's there
commitment.
to aid me.
More
The sheep
power to
since
you.
technically still retains the personality, is sort of pulling a bit, not aggressively so, but is sort of nudging towards the doors. It's laughing at that.
Mm.
Yes. Let's shelve
Which,
this
which,
for.
which door though? I think there are two.
Just for future reference, I do want to be killed and come back to my normal shape should I be turned into an
Yeah,
animal.
above
Thank
the
you.
table, we should have badges. We should have, do stab up rather than do not.
Questions. So I'm going to dock you another 10 minutes for just this general discussion and conversations and everything else in this room. Thank you, Brooks. I'm pleased that your donation has brought you pleasure. That's what it's all about. So, before you dash off from this chamber, I mean, obviously there is Alder the sheep. Anybody who types in !Alder can see that he's got that condition upon him now. There is this cenotaph and these Iron Maidens around this thing that they came out of. There is the remains of these charred skeletons as well. Everything is content. I suggest that you do not, as I say, if we don't get to the end of this dungeon today in 24 hours, which is looking even more unlikely now, but don't rush it. Enjoy the journey, enjoy the game, and discover the delights or horrors that are there for yourselves, or you can just move through the next door if you want.
Bear would
Can
like
we-
to look in the Iron Maidens to see if there's anything left behind.
Mhm. So is this a perception roll or an investigation roll, and is it cursory?
Just to
Or are
see if
you-
there's anything there, so I think
Yeah.
perception.
And is this just cursory, or is it you're
Yeah.
taking your time to thoroughly examine what is in here?
Just to see if something is there, so yeah.
Okay, so with a scant quick look, I'm going to need a perception roll. Would you like to know the DC to spot if anything is in there?
You can tell me after I rolled, it's fine.
Okay.
I rolled a 5. There's nothing
Okay.
in there, I think.
So it's not so much there's nothing in there, but you do a cursory look. It's not extensive. You don't see anything of any interest to you.
Can we search the remains of the skeletons, see if there's anything
Absolutely. Is
worth anything on them?
the same sort of question to you? Is this cursory, just a quick kind of looking at the ashes, or are you taking your time?
Not taking 10, but I'm taking my time to check them. Yeah.
Well, taking your time is taking your time, and not taking your time is not taking your time. So it's a choice of, do you thoroughly check, or do you just want to try and do it fast and succeed with a chance of failure?
I'll try and do it fast and succeed with the chance of
Okay.
failure.
Would you like to perceive this, or would you like to investigate these?
Now I'll give an investigation a go,
Okay,
please.
give us a roll.
An 11.
An 11. Searching amongst these ashes, at first you don't think that you notice anything in particular, and then with the 11, You begin to realise that whilst a lot of these have turned to ash, there are no items of importance upon them, but some of the bones have now been splintered and because of the heat hardened as well. And what you rapidly begin to realize is you could easily use some of these bone lockpicks to aid you with opening a lock or disarming a trap. You rapidly look through the 4 bodies, pull out the best pieces, and basically you've got bone lockpicks. They are good for one use, but when you use them, you can use them to gain advantage on a lockpicking or disarming of a trap. Basically, whenever you're going to use your lockpicks, you can choose to use your bone lockpicks to give you advantage on that roll.
Cool.
So
And you said there was 4, is that right?
no, there's 4 bodies, but you only managed to get 1 set of bone lockpicks.
1 set. Okay.
Suppose
Cool.
that leaves me to have a quick look at the obelisk.
Yeah, you can have a look at the obelisk as well. And same question to you. Are you just doing a cursory look? Or
Yes.
okay. And is this investigation or
Just depends what's on it to make it relevant. Is it going to be perception for glyphs? Is it going to be religion for scripture or investigation?
there's scripture upon it. There's the embossed picture of the angelic wings on its side with this crown in the center. The obelisk itself, as I say, is made of tarnished bronze and brass again, which is reflecting the ceiling in eerie glows.
Sounds like religion's going to be the most appropriate.
I'm happy for you to do a religion roll.
Total of 17.
17, very good. So you are now convinced that whatever this is, especially with the information that Alder gave you about, is there some kind of fallen angel down here? That this is referring once again to Serathril, and you believe that this obelisk is a sort of a warding point of sorts. You realize that this might seem to indicate that there are more of these cenotaphs, these obelisks amongst here. But the most important thing is to do with this crown, this center point amongst the wings. It seems to resonate with you that this was the thing that binded her as this gift from Azariel to Asmodeus, and it has incredible relevance, potentially as a way of perhaps being able to free her. You also notice that this obelisk is made of an unusual material. At first, you believe that it is this bronze and brass kind of metal, but you, with your studies, realize that parts of it are crystalline. It's almost as if the metal is forged into this rock. The crystal, whilst difficult to break free from this, if you could get hold of it, it could act as a component within the more powerful divine magics. It could in effect replace that of a diamond worth 300 gold pieces. But you would have to break a chunk of this off this, and that is going to be no easy task.
Do you need help with something, Yorgal?
It depends what we want to do. This could be a very useful component should we run to the worst. And it is acting as a warding point. It would be good to destroy it, however, there is this corruption pressing down upon us, so do you think it's worthwhile?
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't mind trying it.
are we down here to get treasure as well?
Our motivations probably vary.
My tribe needs food.
Treasure equals food.
Okay, so I guess shall we try and smash it up?
You want to smash it or try to be more delicate?
I mean, it's a warding point. I'd rather it smashed.
There we go.
Okay. So this is going to make noise unless you've got the ability to mute the sound. This is absolutely going to take noise. What would you? How are you going to go about smashing this up? Do you have the tools to smash this up?
I got a mace.
I have a crowbar
I got a crowbar too. Yeah.
and hammer and pittons.
Okay.
I guess a crowbar would be for prying it loose, but a mace would be for smashing it.
I mean, a mace is a weapon of war, not. I mean, otherwise masons would be using maces. Perhaps they do. You have the appropriate gear, unless you are going sort of full on trying to just smash this over. If you're dismantling it, this is going to take time. I'm going to need a skill check off each of you to determine how much time it's going to take. You could, in 10 minutes, extract one single chunk of this. If you wanted to destroy this thing as well, you wouldn't necessarily get more than a single chunk of components from this. That would require a roll as well to fully destroy this cenotaph.
Do we know if it would require the full destruction to essentially destroy the magic, or whether
With your role, you think it's fundamentally relevant. I mean, it might make you feel better, but you are here amongst this, and there are so many other things that it would be like dropping a small drop of blood or ink into an ocean in terms of how much difference it would make totally smashing this.
okay.
So is it worth more to us as a chunk instead of destroying it?
Technically,
Yeah, so crowbar and try to lever it out, I guess.
Okay. So are you trying to do this fast, as in strength athletics roll with advantage with
Yeah.
the crowbar and everybody doing, or are you taking 10 to make this automatic?
If it's strength athletics with advantage, then I will do that.
Okay, don't forget, a fail is a fail. Go for it. As you begin to,
You said with advantage, right? Because people are helping?
people are helping and you have this crowbar as well.
13.
13 unfortunately is not enough. as you try and prise this solid rock, banging away at it and everything else. You make some noise, but you spent a scant minute or so attempting to get this off, and it's going to require much more effort than that. You do, though, make some noise. This doesn't call down a corruption check, but it does potentially bring a random encounter your way. So on a D6, 1 will mean a random encounter. You have a 6. Your noises have not disturbed anything at the moment, but it seems a lot of haste hasn't managed to get the desired effect. This could be, perhaps in the future, a really useful component. Unfortunately, trying to smash up this cenotaph has been for nothing. So, you have doors in the east and in the south walls. What would you like to do?
So the room was the same size as the previous room, right? You said.
That is correct.
So where in the south wall is the door? Is it in the?
It's 20 feet away from, it's not 20 feet, 10 feet away from the western wall of this room.
Okay, so. And the other one is directly opposite where we came in. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Are the doors different in any way?
No, they are still the same, with these bronze and brass and these angel wings and this crown in the centre.
Bear says that someone told him that if you always take the leftmost turn or door in a dungeon, you will always be able to walk out again. If nothing kills you inside. I mean,
That seems counter to what we were told about this dungeon, about not ever being able to walk out again.
well, I got a good sense of direction, and as long as we just keep doing the leftmost possibility of moving on,
So east.
it's always very easy to find your way back.
So the door in the south then is what you're saying, right?
No, the door in the east. I know my left from right. Don't confuse me.
Okay.
So, what would you like to do?
They were heavy last time. Do you want to push them again so I don't end up on my bum?
Yeah. Bear will attempt to just push open the door in the east wall.
The east wall. Okay, so you move across and you begin to push it. It's heavy. As you begin to shift this, you can see the ceiling above you begins to sort of flame again, and as it does, you see what appears to be a hallway of sorts. In effect, it's a 10-foot by 10-foot room, but to the north, the door sort of opens up onto the southern western part of this chamber. So as the door opens, you see there's another sort of 5 foot to the north of you, and it's 10 foot by 10 foot. You see opposite this door another 5 by 5 passageway with another door in. But the northern wall is a set of double doors. But as you take in this view, there is a flaring of the ceiling again, and more of this hellfire begins to sort of rain down upon you. One of those pieces, by total coincidence, strikes Alder as he's looking up and burns them for 1d4 damage. Oops. Taking 1 point of damage, and this causes you to transform back into your dwarf persona.
Is this even though I have the super enhanced abilities of a mule?
Yeah, because you are a sheep,
Oh.
not a mule. That was just
Cool.
for convenience. So it doesn't do any damage to you, but you are burnt, and suddenly you're on all fours. You can remember the experience as like some kind of a dream.
Alder doesn't have any horns, so the lead rope will just drop off.
Okay. I like the way that you make that decision, Bear, and not me as the GM. It's logical, yes, but we are talking about someone being transformed into a sheep and back again, so logic does not really cope here. But for the moment, I will agree with your assessment of that. But to our fine players and to our chat, we have reached 3 o'clock, the first 3-hour stage.
Is this where we do corruption rolls again?
We are, but we're also going to take a break before we do those rolls. I'm not sure whether you need a break, but I think for your own well-being, for everything else, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, come back at 10 past. Please stay on the channel. If you are in chat in chat. If you don't really need to do much yourselves as players, feel free to interact with chat. I want to say thank you very much for a very fine 3 hours, and thank you so much for all the donations that have come through at the moment. I hope you've been enjoying the mayhem, and there is undoubtedly much more to come. But for the moment, I'm going to say we'll see you in 10.
Potty break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thank you for bearing with us. Thank you to Professor by keeping count, reckoning that we have raised a whopping £115 so far for the first 3 hours. So a big thank you to you all for donating, and a thank you to our fantastic group of players for putting up with all of the nonsense by both me and chat. So we do have some administrations as decided. Every 3 hours the characters will level up, as it were. This doesn't directly heal them, but it means they can move on to the next level that they are. So at the start of every session we gather together a new sheet, and we ask those same very basic questions again. So Alder, you are now level 4. There's going to be no multicasting to keep everything nice and straightforward. Has anything changed with your armor class?
No.
Okay, so you're on 16 and 18 still. Your hit points, your aid still stays because we haven't gone 8 hours yet. So what are your base hit points now that you've leveled up?
So I think that would be 45.
Okay.
+5 for
And
aid.
then you've got, is that 45 with the aid?
With aid.
Yeah.
With the aid, yeah.
Perfect. And then we move on to your spells. You have obviously still 3 first level slots. Do you have any additional ones?
Let's check. Spells, manage spells. No, I think I'm still on just the 3 spells.
Okay, no worries. I'll rapidly move across to Bear. Congratulations on your level up. Is your armor class still the same?
Yep.
What is your hit points now?
31, 36. Or Bear.
Right, yeah.
And Bear form is still the same.
11 and 34. What about your spell slots?
I now have 3 second level.
Okay, so 4 first, 3 second. Very nice. Okay, then we move across rapidly to Yorgal.
So no changes in armor class. My hit points are now 39.
Is that including that's without the +5, yeah?
I am not subject to the +5. It's only 3 people.
Okay, so you didn't aid yourself. Thank you for that. What of your spell slots? 4 first.
3 second.
Lovely. I believe you have 1 greater healing potion left.
Yep.
And you are currently on 4 wounds.
Yes.
And I'll just quickly go across to you, Alder, again. You now have a +1 bow.
Yep.
Perfect. And then we move to Quenlan.
My AC has changed to 15.
Ooh. What makes that change, just for chat?
We got an ASI at this level,
Yeah,
so I increased dexterity by 1 and intelligence by 1.
Perfect. Your hit points?
Would be 31 without the aid.
31 +5. And then what I've got down here is 1 potion.
Correct.
Of 4d4. And then you've got 1 shot of bone skeleton key, yeah?
Yep.
Which gives advantage. Perfect. Is there any other details that you need to give me, or are you happy with all of that so far?
Nothing else from me.
Yeah, it's pretty.
I took a feat with my level 4 ability.
Yep.
Yeah. And I
what-
took observant.
Okay, observant. Very nice.
Yeah, +5 bonus to wisdom, perception, and intelligence investigation.
Okay, very cool. Very useful with dungeon crawl.
And also +1 to wisdom.
Excellent. So I think with that said, as we return to this dungeon, just so you know that you've, while spent 3 hours playing Dungeons and Dragons, you've only spent 30 minutes in the dungeon so far. Making use of your skills and abilities rather than taking your time, you missed the opportunity of breaking free a chunk of this cenotaph that might help you in the future. But you have located soulstone and some bone skeleton keys as well. You headed through from the second chamber into this kind of anteroom, really. Another door directly opposite, leading obviously deeper into the dungeon itself, but I'm in a set of double doors. This burning sky, burning, roiling above you still. As you begin to take in the scene in front of you, though, you feel that again the time that you have spent presses down upon you. So, Alder, can you please give me again intelligence saving throw, DC 5 for this level?
Sure.
I believe we may have another donation.
Oh, is that where's that information coming from?
I'm refreshing the Just Giving sites.
All right, fantastic. They are not in chat though. What is that donation for?
I believe it is a healing potion for Quenlan.
A healing potion from Quenlan. Quenlan, you have some fans. Your potions go up to 2 potions, as all equipment is transferable. And you managed to distract me enough there for me not to see what Alder's roll was. Was that
That was a
good?
total of 16.
Yeah, no worries. You're getting used to all this now.
Carl, are we sure that's not a repetition of before? Just to be sure.
The donation says 1 minute ago.
Cool. Okay.
I'm happy with that anyway. Seems you've got all the fans out there, and someone in chat, Jay, is shouting, "Go Quenlan!" Perfect. So Bear, give me a corruption roll.
That's intelligence saving throw, right?
Yeah.
Or-
For this level, it is intelligence save, and the DC is only 5.
20.
Perfect. No real worries there. And to you, Yorgal. Yorgal. You are fine as well. Okay, Quenlan. It is down to you to see if you can resist.
Sure. 20.
20, yeah. Okay, so you feel the oppression of this place come down upon you, but you can easily continue without any worries here. So you have this antechamber, this 10-foot room with these side passages going off, these double doors to the north of you. These double doors, whilst embossed the same, are very obviously somewhat different. They have the 2 wings, but where the double doors meet, the 2 doors meet to form the double doors, there is an impression where the crown symbol normally is, and the impression is crown shaped.
Right, as Alder gets up off the floor, I'm going to assume that what just happened to me is just a general evil provocation to this place, and we'll say no more about it. Agreed?
Just priorities going forward, though, Alder. If that was to happen to you again, would you want to be brought back to your normal shape faster?
And I think on it because it was very peaceful. I didn't understand a thing was what was going on. I felt I was quite successful in what I did. It felt quite nice.
You were very
I'll
convincing, is
think
the
on
thing
it.
we can't talk about.
Yeah. I'll broach it. I'll give you my answer as a when I've had a wee thought. Now, where are we?
Are we following Bear's rules again?
Oh, take the left-hand door, the double doors.
Are we to the double
I've heard
doors?
that too. That's how you get out of mazes. You just keep on going left. So I'd support that.
So we want to take the big ominous doors, not the smaller door.
Yes.
Okay.
If we can get in them.
Do they appear to be locked, Andy?
I think with your skill as a thief, as you look at these doors, it's not so much they appear to be locked. You can't see, in effect, a keyhole or anything else, but impassable. Perhaps they look big, solid, and this impression of the crown, this crown motif that you've seen on other doors, but also on that statue, fundamentally makes you think that they are locked somehow, and maybe you need to find the thing that fits into that impression, that crown shape.
So we need to put something in this indent here that's of this shape to be able to get through these doors. So we might be stuck on the let's go left plan for a little bit.
Well, the statue with the two fighting angels had a bronze crown on the head, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't fully formed. It was like being the dripping of the molten liquid down onto the head, and the crown was forming. And you investigated that statue very much, and it didn't look like anything would come off it.
And the brass cenotaph had a crown on it.
Again, it was embossed. All of this iconography absolutely pointing to a crown, but with you spending a good few minutes trying to smash this place up, the cenotaph, you don't think that's what you're looking for either. Maybe it's slightly different sizes or irremovable or the like. This is not the key or the keys that you are looking for.
So do we go back into the other room and take the left?
No, we can take a left here in this room. There's a small door in the east wall.
Already tried the left in this room. It didn't work.
Nope, the next left.
Yeah, you skip the one that you can't get through, and then you take the left after that, which is the door in the east wall.
Not if you're looking at the door in the north wall, it's not.
Well, we can't get through that at the moment, so we skip that one and take the next left.
Exactly. So you're looking at the door, and to the left is the door we just came out of.
Right, I'm going to the other door because I'd
Yeah,
like to get
Bear's
through
going
room
to the
two.
east wall.
One thing that's always puzzled me with indents is can't you just fill them with mud?
You could. Or molten metals.
Well, mud we don't have. Molten metals probably quite hard to transport. But what do we have? All bearings.
They tend to roll out.
Stick them in the ceiling.
Let's look at
get
the other
them
door.
out.
Yeah. Let's leave these esoteric questions and go to the door.
Okay, so this is the other door in this chamber with the double doors in, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay,
The
so
east wall, 5 feet wide.
yeah, you look at this door and yeah, it appears to be like the other doors that you've come through at the moment. Nothing's particularly alerting you. It looks heavy again, made of this metal. You could absolutely try and push this open,
Push.
Bear, with your strength.
Bear pushes.
Okay. As you push this door open, you see there is a 15-foot wide that is going north to south, 5 foot on either side of the door. So the door's in the center of this, and it stretches out 20 feet long. Of course, there is this roiling fire sky dripping this hellfire occasionally. In the center of this is a upright, much larger sarcophagus, and looking at this, it is very similar to the sarcophagus that you saw around this cenotaph, except this one here is probably twice the size of that, standing a good maybe 15 foot tall, very much almost touching the sky here. The decoration on it is different. Rather than soldiers, warriors, infernal upon it, it is molded to look like, well, the figure that you saw in the statue previously. It's looking very much like Sarah Thrill, sort of standing there. You see that this Iron Maiden has wings coming out. You also notice that it's kind of double doors to this one. It's not hinged on one side, it's hinged on both sides, and there's a split down the middle, and there is a glowing within, almost as if simply by opening this door you have stirred something inside it. Did you want to close the door and try somewhere else, or are you heading in?
We can't see the east wall because the sarcophagus is in the way.
I mean, you can see the east wall roughly, and there doesn't seem to be anything there. It looks like it's a wall and no other passages leading through. If you wanted to spend your moment sort of trying to see past this, see if you can notice anything, you could certainly attempt to give me a roll. It would be quite difficult with the distance that you are, though. To all intents and purposes, it looks like I wouldn't say normal, but a wall that you've seen in this level of the dungeon many times before.
Bear looks around at the others and says, well, we're looking for a crown. Maybe it's in this sarcophagus. Want me to try and open it?
I suspect it might open itself if the last one's any indication.
I mean, we don't think it's a bad idea. So, yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, so Bear steps forward into the room.
So is it only you, Bear, that is moving into the room first? Is everybody else staying back?
No, I'll be stepping in with Bear.
So standing quite next to Bear. Perfect. As you move forward, this thing doesn't particularly open instantly. and you can feel power within it. Not just heat, but the kind of, I suppose, corruption, the opposite of divine, infernal power and corruption. Hiya, Skill Gannon, thanks for joining us. You can see that there's a crack down the middle of this Iron Maiden, this sarcophagus. It's 15 foot tall though. You can have to look up to it, even someone of your stature. There is enough space for you to get your fingers in there, or your crowbar if you wanted to attempt to get this open.
Yeah, crowbar.
Okay, you jam the crowbar in. One assumes you're not taking 10. One assumes you want to just make a roll.
Yep.
Okay, so the DC for this is only 10, but if you do not succeed,
13.
13. So it takes you a few moments or two. This isn't a simple action, as you have to jam in the crowbar a number of different ways. But eventually something gives, and as soon as that something gives, the doors themselves begin to break open and free and open up. And in there you see, in equal measure, both a terrifying, beautiful sight and a terrifying sight, as fundamentally you see glowing armor first and foremost, the glowing armor that was on that other statue of Serathril. There seems to be no form within the armor though, just molten infernal energy clad in this armor. Its eyes burning bright within this form, and almost in delight of being freed, it attempts to make a strike at you. I think though both Yorgal and Bear, you could, if you want, make me insight rolls.
Do you want to go first, Bear?
Want me to roll first?
You can do, yeah. I don't mind who rolls first.
Only 6.
Yeah, so you don't pick anything up. Yorgal.
13.
Okay, 13 is on the nose for this level. It's almost struggling against this attack, almost as if it is being compelled to do it as opposed to wanting to. But attack it does, and I will make a strike. Doesn't take you by surprise. I'm going to roll a d6. On a 1 to 3, it's Bear. 4, 5, and 6, it's Yorgal. Yorgal, you are battered and bruised today. The good news is it only gets plus 6 to this attack, as it attacks you with this longsword. So we will see if it hits you. Plus 6 makes it a 20. This does 1d8 plus 4 damage. So that is 6 points of damage. Whilst this is alone, it does get 2 attacks though. So the first attack minus, that was 6 damage to you. The second attack comes in as well. Boom, 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 boom. Also hits and hits you for another 6 points of damage. So 6 plus 6 is 12, plus 4 is 16. 16 wounds on you at the moment. And with that, we go to initiatives. I will start off with you, Quenlan. Roll me initiative.
Okay, will do. Ten overall.
Okay, 10. Then we move to you, Alder.
That's an 8.
Okay, then we move to you, Yorgal.
A 5.
Takes the breath out of you. And then finally we move to you, Bear.
5.
5. Oh dear.
Well, at least one of us rolled a 10.
Yeah. Yorgal and Bear, I'll let you two choose who you want to go first.
I'd like to try if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so Yorgal's going first. And of course, Sarah Thrill herself just gets +1 to their initiative. So we will roll that and see what they get. They've got a 9 + 1, which is a 10. But as I said, heroes go first. So, Quenlan, on 10, what would you like to do?
So I've got a ally close to it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
May I make a statement?
Yeah, yeah, you can speak above the table or shout out or whatever.
It's not willing, it's being compelled. Think we should try to reach it.
With an arrow in its head, or in a different way?
I did not intend to harm someone who is being held against their will and suffering.
He
Okay,
says,
and
yeah.
What does it have on it that could be compelling it to do stuff?
I mean,
Is there a crown?
You have no idea. There's no crown on this. All you can fundamentally see as it emerges, apart from the backside of Bear, is it seems to be wearing this armor that it was wearing in the statue. And then it doesn't appear that there's a physical form in this, but almost infernal energy or spirit. There's nothing that tells you that anything that it's wearing at the moment is compelling it. I mean, you could try and use your turn to try and work that out if you wanted to. There's scant 6 seconds to make a judgment call.
I'm going to disengage from it with my cunning action.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll move past it and disengage.
I don't think you, unless you want to get. I asked who was approaching the.
Yeah, but I want to try and get over to the sarcophagus itself to be able to see if there's anything in there that might be causing it.
You can do that without a disengage action, basically, because it's kind of semi-emerged from the sarcophagus to strike at Yorgal, but it hasn't really made any distance, so you don't have to waste a bonus action to do that.
Okay. In that case, let me look in. I want to look inside the sarcophagus to see if I can see anything that might be causing it the issue.
Yeah, give us I suppose perception roll is what you are looking for here.
Okay. $17.
A 17, you are looking in here, and what you basically see is that within here is what appears to be sort of hanging a reliquary of sorts. The reliquary kind of looks like some kind of sensor, kind of almost like this orb with holes in. You have no idea of its purpose, of course, but you certainly think that it is curious that it is in there with her.
Okay. Then I will use my fast hands to take the item and roll it back towards Kyle's character. Seems to have an idea of what might need to be done. So let's see.
Yeah, so bonus action. I don't think you need to make a roll for that, do you? It's just your fast
No.
hands. You basically summon. Well, it's not in mage hand either, is it? It's your usual fast hands. You use your own
thief ability. Yeah.
So I did mention that this sarcophagus is 15 foot tall. So what I would like is, do you have the ability to climb yet at no disadvantage?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
So I have two story work.
Perfect. So paint us
second
a
story work,
picture
yeah.
as you parkour up the inside of this Iron Maiden.
I think what I do is I jump off Bear's knee into the Iron Maiden and pull myself up into the top using the spikes on the inside.
Yeah.
To get the sensor and then throw it out.
Perfect. Skillfully done as you do this and you drop this and it rolls towards the feet of Yorgal. Brilliant. So with that, I'm assuming that is your
It is.
done.
I should imagine that's all my movement done. I've used my bonus action.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And you're kind of somewhat hanging on maybe some of these big spikes on the inside of these two doors that have opened up. That does mean she has 3 targets now. She has Yorgal, Bear, and yourself, Quenlan. So I'm going to make a random roll here. 1 to 2 is Quenlan, 3 to 4 is Yorgal, 5 and 6 is Bear. So yeah, it seems that your actions have caused her no doubt that this is of something of importance, and she spins round. She herself is big enough to fit in this, so the fact that you are high up doesn't really give her any issues at all, and she swings her blade at you. Your armor class increased as your level up, needing a 15 now. Gets +4 to the attack here. No, sorry, gets +6 to the attack and +4 to the damage. So the first attack comes in, and that is only a 12. First one sweeps and misses, and perhaps you swing from spike to spike, trying to acrobatically dodge these blows coming in. The second attack comes in. That also misses as she wastes 2 of her attacks, swinging at you, ducking and dodging inside the Iron Maiden. Then we move to you, Alder.
Okay, we'll look over to Yorgal and the sensor that is rolled to their feet. Are you sure are you going to be able to do something? Because
Shoot the
otherwise,
damn thing.
Cool. So, yeah, I will take a shot, and given that it is sort of swinging and trying to attack people, let me just check that. Well, the old book, and it is. Yep. As a bonus action, he will cast the spell Ensnaring Strike, and then as an action will take a bow shot at the creature.
Perfect.
I meant the sensor.
Oh, well.
You need to be
Hilarious.
Dwarf logic. Dwarf
sort of
logic. I love it.
glances. What?
You
The
can
dwarf
either,
logic with the dwarf.
yeah, you can retcon that, or I'm more than happy for it to comedically
So
play
what
out.
did you say specifically, Kyle? Because I totally took it one way, but
Shoot that damn thing.
yes. Could I make an an insight roll, Andy,
I'm
to
gonna.
see if I got
I mean,
the
it's.
impression which one he's thinking of?
I'm
There's
more
the
than
two
happy.
damn things here.
Yeah, I'm more than happy for you to interpret however you want. I mean, you can make a roll if that's the good way of
I think
making your decision. Absolutely. But it's
that's
hilarious
fair
either way.
because there was definitely a damned thing that he was thinking of, and it wasn't the piece of pottery on the floor.
An angel is not a damn thing.
It's killing, it's hitting people like you, 11.
I mean, it is literally radiating infernal power and energy. So
It is.
it is a damned thing. But it's up to you, as I
Just to be
say.
clear, from you, Andy, what's radiating infernal and damned energy?
The suit of armor. I have mentioned it in
Oh well,
the
yeah,
description.
that's not helping the cause. Yeah, no, that was just double checking that it
Yeah,
wasn't
the
coming
sensor
from the
isn't
rolling on the
radiating
side.
infernal
No, we'll
energy
take
at all.
cool, we'll take the shot then. So that is that plus that, and let's make a roll. It's a 17 to hit.
17 does not hit this creature.
Cool, the spell is cast, but is not used yet because it's the next time I hit.
Yeah. I mean, I think in effect you do hit it, but it hits against this plate mail, and just like the arrow, just ka-ching off. This is obviously quite heavily armored,
Okay.
as you would
Oh, of
imagine,
course.
fallen celestial in all of this. Very nice, but quite obviously plate armor.
Sorry, Yorgal. Next time, and notches another arrow ready for a shot next round. We'll send this thing back to heck.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we move to Yorgal.
Start off with Bear. Can you smash that thing? And then I'm going to do something very stupid.
So Bear goes into
Pointing at it.
So yeah, you don't clarify what that thing is.
A wild pointing, but yeah.
Yeah, perfect. You can do that as a free action, absolutely.
Yes.
But what are you going to do as your action?
Forgive me partly for I'm about to do something stupid. I'm going to bless it.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. So there's the mechanical effects of bless, which is to empower it even more to be able to slay you all and to resist your magics. But I am figuring it's not just to power it up. There's a madness to your method here, or a method to your madness.
There's hopes that in a moment my words will reach it and it will help it to throw off and resist whatever it is being compelled to do.
Okay, so I'm beginning to see the cracks of your madness here. So you bless it.
Then going to
Bizarrely, I don't believe a bless needs a saving throw, as it quite happily accepts the ability to be better. So that is your first level spell slot.
Yep.
I can, if you want, this isn't me being benevolent, but you can target up to 3 people. Do you target anybody else with your bless?
Yep, I suppose.
You
Who were the
suppose.
closest to the? I suppose it'll be Bear and Quenlan, but the 2 closest.
So Bear and Quenlan.
Mhm.
Okay, so for the next minute, Bear and Quenlan, you too get the blessings of Ilmater. So that is your action. You do have a bonus action left if you wish to use anything else.
A passion speech as a bonus action.
Unfortunately not. You can make utteration if you really want to power it home in 6 seconds. It's much more of an action to basically make a skill check.
Then I will essentially offer it compassion, basically hug at its leg to show it something positive.
Okay. It is up to the rest of you to do this as you begin to sort of make amends, saying it's not too late. Those that have fallen can rise. That kind of thing.
Yes.
Or is it much more? I worship Ilmater. Let me take the suffering upon me and remove it from you. Give me the taint.
There's a degree of allow others to take on your burden, and it will be over soon. But
Perfect.
a mix of the 2.
Yeah, I love it. So that is your go. An interesting turn, I think we can all agree. And we move to Bear.
Above table, Kyle, your character was pointing to the sensor on the floor at your feet, right? When you said smash it.
Yes.
Okay, Bear has paid attention and will attempt to smash the sensor.
There's a critique of a dwarf.
Do I need to make an attack roll or?
You do. It has an armor class. The armor class is 10 as a standard object.
18.
18, okay. You're going to have to do some damage as well.
Uh, 7 damage.
Okay, 7 damage is enough. You bring your mace down and smash it down upon it. This cracks, and you seem to see that it is filled with some kind of strange ash root fungus. You know that this is a sensor that it would be lit to burn whatever's in it. This looks partially charred, but not particularly used up. I think as a druid and as concentrating on it, you would be fully aware of the nature of the type of root that this is. You are aware that this could be used to, in effect, calm emotions if it was burnt. I mean, the sensor is completely smashed now, spilling out the items, but the fungus in there is still potentially usable.
Someone pick up the fungus and burn it next to the fallen angel. It should calm her down.
Isn't it burning already?
No, it wasn't burning already.
No, it's cold. It has burned upon one point in time, but it's still enough left that it should calm her down.
Okay. Is that your...
And Bear makes themselves ready to give the creature a bear hug next turn.
Okay. Okay, so that is your go, Bear, and with that we go right back to the top of initiatives. And Quenlan, at the moment you are ducking, diving, swinging from these sharpened spikes, trying to avoid the sword blows of this fallen angel.
So, would I still be within the attack range of it to get to the sensor? Or to get to the root on the floor?
Yeah, I think because of your story work, you could easily come down. You wouldn't leave their threat range. You would still be in their threat range, so you could get to the sensor if you wanted to.
Yeah, it would be between Bear and Yorgal, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Then I will use my fast hands to set light to it.
Okay.
Then.
Do you have the means to set light to it?
I do, yes. I have in my inventory a tinderbox.
Okay, and where is that tinderbox normally kept?
Well, it'd be in one of my pockets somewhere, as I don't have a backpack.
Okay, so I would say that normally this would take a degree of extra time and actions, but with your fast hands, once again, you make short work of this as you rapidly sort of reach into your utility pockets. You make this tinderbox appear, and it's not quite a lighter. It's a flint and tinder, so you have to strike it to do it, but quite skillfully, even under pressure with your fast hands, you do get this root lit. There is a waft that goes directly into your face. Can you give me a saving throw, please?
Is it Constitution?
I don't know. This is calm emotions. A charisma saving throw.
Sure. Uh, 16 overall.
16. That is enough. It's a big waft and it's not unpleasant, not particularly dangerous. You can feel your head go a little bit woozy, but you push off the effects for now and sort of bring it away from your face. One presumes you are throwing it up towards, not necessarily throwing it, but holding it up towards the fallen angel.
Absolutely.
Okay. So you do this. It is their go. I'm going to make them make a saving throw of charisma. This will be a straight roll for this at the start of their turn. A 12, no modifier. That is not enough, as they begin to have their emotions suppressed somewhat, and this is undoubtedly weakening them. I think with that success of yours, Quenlan, and with everything Yorgal did previously, it sort of turns. It kind of looks at all of you and then looks beyond you at Alder, who is getting ready with another arrow that twinked against the breastplate previously of it. And it just gives you one of those stares, Alder. But it pauses and then
Okay, again, just for clarity, what type of one of those stairs?
one of those dead
Is it
iron
just don't even
stairs.
try it?
Well, it's more
Yeah.
of a case. You,
Disintegration, right?
yeah.
Yeah, one of those stairs or one of
I don't
those
know.
stairs?
What kind of what kind of stair would you like it to be? No, it's
Donate now to make it.
it's very difficult to judge. You can't. There's no facial features. It seems this armor is just filled with this infernal energy, but you get the impression it's everyone else isn't really attacking me, but you are. So you are now the enemy, or you are the potential enemy. But because it failed its save against the calm emotions, it's a little more chilled at the moment, and it is beginning to help it free the chains, the commands, the compulsions that is upon it. So I'm going to say for now, it's not going to make any attacks. But if it's going to make any attacks, you think you might well be the target, Alder, at the moment. So what I will say to clarify is it holds its action to do something towards you, Alder. Alder, it is your go now.
Could cross off a spell slot because I have spent a spell slot
Yeah, please.
on ensnaring strike. I will also hold an action and call out to the others that I can keep it in place if this goes wrong. Best to be chatting with it, and we'll continue
Okay.
holding an action to attack. If it makes any move to attack any of the others, then he will attack.
So there's a Greyhawk standoff at the moment between you and it. Then we move to you, Yorgal.
Okay. Going to start making appeals to its celestial nature, acknowledging its suffering and betrayal, and try to remind it why it's fighting and it's stronger than the corruption.
Nice. So in doing this, what skill are you using? Are you spouting religious texts? Are you trying to persuade it, intimidate it, deceive it?
Suppose I got it as one of suffering perseverance. We'll try religion.
Okay, yeah, give us a go.
Oh dear. 6.
Okay. Well, with that, it's not an automatic success, but it's going to cause it to make another saving throw. As you appeal to it, you already are aware that it doesn't want to be doing this. So it makes the save, and the save is against the domination upon it. And as it does, it sort of for a moment lowers the sword, and it says, "Free me, free me. Destroy this form. You must. I can only hold it at bay for so long." With that, it opens itself up to be struck. You could question it if you want, what it means by all of that.
I think it's clear enough. But I assume that was my action, so
Okay.
I assume we move down.
So we move to you, Bear.
He looks down at Yorgal, and just to be, because he's not the most intelligent of people.
Mhm.
So do I give her a bear hug or do I hit her?
Hit her. And suffering is long overdue to be over.
Hit her.
Okay, so her armor class is lowered now because she's opened herself up to attack for this. So make a roll.
I'm going to use bonus action Shillelagh.
Mhm.
And I will cast it upon my mace. As I said before, it's made of wood. Let me see. Uh, 22.
Perfect. That is a hit.
And 11 points of damage.
Max damage. Excellent. You're not quite sure whether this hitting this person that wishes to have their spirit released from this trap or perhaps something else. In other words, it's hit 4 o'clock, but it is time for those rolls. As you do hit her, you do damage her, but the corruption leaks down from above. So starting with you, Bear, give me an intelligence saving throw, DC 5. Oh, another.
Again.
It's good. You shake it off, but this spills through to everyone else, and we'll just do it in initiative order. So Quenlan, intelligence save 5, another nat 20. Burning all these nat 20s. I'm loving it. Alder. Oh, that's going to be another nat 20. It's good enough though.
16.
Yep. And Yorgal. Let us see.
7.
7. Yeah. You hold it off for another hour as you can carry on with your attacks now, Bear. So you have hit her. She's got saves at the start of this, so you need to finish it fast, because if she fails a save, she will then begin to attack again. So we move to Quenlan.
So has the plan changed, Yorgal?
With no way of freeing her spirit, so the physical form is the only way to go.
Okay. I'm going to disengage to get some distance then, so I can fire my bow.
Yeah, you can disengage. She hasn't got sentinel or anything like that. You hop out, and you're going to use your ranged attack. Her armor class has lowered due to the fact that she's opening herself up to attacks at the moment.
Okay. An 11?
11, unfortunately, is not low enough, as even with her arms outstretched, her wings wide, the armor that she's wearing, which is very nice, ka-chings.
That's me.
Andy?
Yep.
I know the condition on my held action was making an aggressive act, but given
Yep.
this change in things, would you allow me to use
Oh, absolutely.
reaction to
I
release
think
an
that
attack?
is good. And if any of you
I'm sorry, Quenlan.
have
No, not at all.
any questions like that, they are totally appropriate, because I'm multitasking 1,000 things here. So,
So he'll release the attack. That's a 21.
a 21
Nice.
would have hit regardless, so that's a good hit.
So that is good. They make a DC 13 strength roll as Almost as if it, with the change in the atmosphere as to why we're doing this, as the arrow hits, vines begin to sprout out, almost as if to drag her back to nature, rather than it being purely an aggressive act to protect his friends from being attacked by this thing. But it needs just to make a DC 13 strength saving throw or be restrained.
So we have an interesting dilemma here, Yorgal. She is currently blessed. So with that, she will get 1d4 on this. You could drop your concentration on bless, but she might need it to keep fighting off that domination effect that's upon her.
Before he does that, can I ask something, Andy?
Yeah.
I think something can fail its saving throw if it wants to. Considering the frame of mind that it's in at the moment, would it fail its saving throw to help itself be restrained?
Not with horrible thorns biting into its skin, no.
Okay.
But that was pretty much my thought process. As she's opened herself up to it, I'm going to continue concentrating on it. She's heavily armoured.
Okay.
She potentially wants this. If she chooses to fail it, fair enough. If she doesn't,
Very
then
good. What's your DC?
13.
13. So she's got a 9. With a 4. Very good. It's 12. So your restraint works.
So she's taken 6 damage from the bow,
Nice.
the arrow, and at the start of their turns, it takes a further 1d6 piercing damage.
Okay. Do you want to roll that now? Because I think this is going to be her turn.
Just a question.
Yep.
So, would that have triggered before I took my attack, Michael?
It's entirely up to you, because I was waiting until, I think, after yours, because you started going through that before I raised it with Andy.
Yeah, no worries.
So she's now restrained, but the one thing, sorry, Michael, the one thing that we forgot, because I don't think you added a D4 on your attack, because you're blessed as well, aren't you, Quenlan?
No, I'm not. Oh, Quenlan is, yeah.
I am. Yeah, I know. You're right. I didn't add a D4 on my attack, so
I believe you got what, an 11?
I did.
Yeah. So let us see if the D4 is going to make a difference.
A 2, so that'd be a 13.
13 is just the hit that you need, so you can actually do that damage. So well done, team.
Cool. So I'd get a sneak attack on that as well. So 2d6, 3d6 plus 4. Uh, 11.
Very nice. Obviously now you can see the infernal energies that is empowering this armor is beginning to sort of wane and wax. It is heavily damaged now. It is its turn. It's currently made its save against being dominated, so it doesn't take a turn of attack. It is at this point at the end of its turn it's going to make this saving throw that it needs to make. Oh, so that is a 3 plus the 4 is a 7. Yeah, you see that its eyes turn again now. It can make another save at the end of its next turn, but if you don't fell this creature this round, it will make 2 more attacks against you. So we move across to you, Alder.
So just to be clear, it's restrained at the moment. It can
is.
use its whole action to try and free itself.
Perfect.
And he will shoot it again.
Yeah.
Just to go back to the mundane.
With the attack, it's now with advantage, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's restrained.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, restrained condition.
Yes,
that's why I'd asked Michael.
Yeah. Apologies. I'd forgotten restrained actually did a thing, because grappled is just movement. So advantage. 20. Oh no. Yeah, that. And with advantage. Where's that?
You're looking
That's a
for
13.
yeah, you're looking for 13, so that is a hit at the
Oh.
moment. Oh, actually, they've done this. Is that going to be a hit? I'm going to say you've still got the sensor up, still burning in their face at the moment. It was at the end of their turn, so they're going to make the attacks and be aggressive next turn. So I'm going to say, yeah, it's still a 13 armor class at the moment. So give me some damage.
So that is 8 damage.
Nice. Ever closer to a fall. We move to Yorgal.
Really didn't pack much in the way of attacks. So I suppose I will just swing my mace at it.
Okay, so you get advantage on this attack, looking for 13s at the moment.
Oh, 9, 4, yep, 13 exact.
Perfect, that's all you need. So yeah, do your damage.
It'll pop up in a minute. 7 damage.
Okay, very good. This thing is barely being able to hold its form at the moment. You can see the infernal light is dimming and fading and pulsating. Bear, you'll go.
So it's with advantage because it's restrained,
Correct, yeah.
and bless is still up.
Yes, so you got a D4 on that as well. Oh, very nice. Easily a hit.
There would be 4 damage.
Okay. So this creature, sometimes it's the smallest amount of damage that is needed to end it. You swipe strong and true, crashing down your mace, which is now empowered with shillelagh. You bring it crashing down, and there is a moment that you all hear the words of thanks, but you sense with that you've only freed it from this form, that the spirit is now pulled down and down to the depths of this dungeon, quite possibly to that chained throne where the physical part of this fallen angel resides. The armor pieces clatter to the ground, the incense still burning, and you are now out of initiatives.
Is it worth you cleaning that armor up and putting it on? I mean, it's not using it anymore.
I
Isn't
assume
that
it will
the thing
be too big
that
to use.
dominated her?
Don't know.
Is that the first thing we're going to say? Is that where we're leading? I mean,
Thieves. They're terrible. Where's
Yeah,
loot?
no,
I mean, to be fair, I'm more and more thinking this isn't a good resort place. So yeah, go for it.
Well, it's made of metal. I'm not going to put it on.
it clangs, so I'm not going to put it on.
Does it still bear any trace of infernal energy?
I mean, you think so, yeah. You think if you were to put this on, you probably need to make another corruption check. But once you've put it on, you would only have to make that single one.
If you want to try, it looks wee bit too heavy for me.
That's a good question. Proficiencies. Heavy armor. What do you think? It's not exactly been a walk in the park. I don't particularly like the idea, but
You've had
How-
7 shades of cake beaten out of you. You need a wall of thicker metal.
I believe in your inner strength rather than the outer strength of this armor. Anyways, I'm sure you'll be able to overturn it with your religious zeal.
okay. Let's try and don the armor.
Okay. So, yeah, there's no rolls needed, but this isn't a standard game of D&D where you just say, I'll put the armor on. This is going to take you a good 10 minutes. Shedding the armor that you've got, putting the other armor on, redoing the fastenings and everything else. But provided you're happy with that 10 minutes, we can certainly do that for you.
Alder will try and help since we're about the same size and shape, and Dwarven armor has those type of catches.
And for anybody,
And I'll
yeah, go on.
and I'll search around the room to see if there's any further exits out of it that we haven't been able to see, or if there's anything of interest in general in here, maybe a crown of some description.
Perfect. So before anybody tells me in chat that the fallen angel was close to 15 foot tall and Yorgal is a hill dwarf, it's infernal magics. He's going to be making a roll to determine whether he gets corrupted by it or not. So it is doable. But it does take you 10 minutes, so I'm going to sort of mark you off there, meaning that in game time you have spent 40 minutes now in this dungeon. Quenlan, you can just take 10 if you want.
That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, may as well optimize it, right? So.
No other extra cost with that. So first and foremost, I think you're going to have to give me an intelligence check. DC 5 for corruption.
Happen eventually.
So that is a fail, yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm guessing you don't have anything to mitigate that.
Don't believe so.
So this is where things get really interesting for a number of reasons. I would like you to roll me 3d6. There's a little bit of a warning here. Try not to get 666. So that is an 11. Very nice. So as you put this on and you can no longer fight off the corruption, you begin to feel a pain beneath your eye as a pale rune begins to appear beneath your eye, a branding of a frozen tear, like a teardrop underneath it. Ice begins to creep across your gear, and all your allies feel a chill in your presence.
Bear utters a sigh of relief.
There seems to be conflict between the cold and everything else. You now have a flaw, which is when you roll a natural 1, you lash out at an ally instead. This is the brand of Stygia, the level of hell that is represented by both cold and betrayal. But there's something seductive about corruption. I mean, two sides to every story, is it not? That is just the effect of becoming corrupted. You now have level 1 corruption, or as the devils would call it, level 1 infernal empowerment. You now have advantage on all ability checks. This corruption surely is not that bad after all. I'm going
Can I ask you a
to...
quick question,
Yeah,
Andy?
absolutely.
Just a clarification. When you said he will lash out at people when he rolls a 1, is that only in combat or when he's trying to decipher something?
When he's doing anything, when he rolls a natural 1
Anything
on
at all?
anything, his
Cool.
betrayal will be shown. The good news is he has advantage on ability checks now, which
Yeah,
fundamentally,
I was thinking.
hopefully, mitigates quite a lot of that. So we
I'm
have...
always
Yeah, go on.
I'm always confused with that. Does that mean attack rolls as well?
It means he's going to lash out in an entertaining manner.
No, I mean ability checks. Are they attack rolls
No,
as
ability
well?
checks are not attack rolls.
Okay.
The corruption he's got is whenever he rolls a natural 1. So whenever he rolls a d20, whatever he's doing, if he gets a 1, if that's the ultimate result, he acts for that moment in terms of betrayal. For the impact of Stygia is all about cold and betrayal. Yeah. So you might be wondering what this corruption or infernal empowerment is about. So you know mechanically what you are letting yourself in for. It's very much like exhaustion. There are 5 or technically 6 levels of it. But unlike the mortal world of the mundane, as the tireder you get, the worse you get, the more power of infernal energy that fills you, the stronger that you get. At level 1, your ability checks are doubled. Level 2, your speed is doubled. Level 3, advantage on attack rolls and saving throws. Level 4, your hit point maximum doubled. Level 5, your speed doubled again, times 4 your normal speed. Level 6, not death, of course, but you are claimed by Nessus. You are a pawn of Asmodeus. Your character becomes an NPC. You are lost to the ruler of all the hells. So a dangerous, fun sub-game can be played, giving yourself to some corruptions, but not falling truly to that final one. You can use that how you wish. Of course, corruption's taints can perhaps be removed through high-level divine magics as well. Of course, some of those divine magics do require very expensive components. Okay, and of course there's the moral quandary of giving yourself over to infernal taint as well. So, any questions upon all of that?
Is the armor plate mail?
The armor is plate mail. This means that your armor class is heavy armor. Goes naturally up to 18. If you're using a shield, it goes to 20 now.
We have a new frontliner.
It was always the front line anyway. He's still got 16 wounds, I believe. On top of that, I believe, Quenlan, you is there anybody else needed to make a saving throw? I know that was one fail. I can't remember whether we've done everybody.
You all made it.
You all made
That was
it?
because of the armor
made
that
it.
time, Andy.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay then. So, if nobody's got any questions about infernal empowerment, we move to Quenlan. As you take 10, I've crossed that off, 40 minutes into this dungeon. Your searching is not without success. You find in the west wall, directly opposite the door that you entered in, a secret door. Secret door does not appear to be trapped. You have located it within those 10 minutes. And I think you can activate it as well.
There's something over here. Means you can continue going left.
Yes, and Bear will try and push it open.
I'm not sure you know the secrets of this door unless Quenlan there's something over here has explained it all to you.
No, there's a button I need to press.
Can you-
But
You just remind me where over here is, Quenlan, for map
it's
purposes.
yes, it is directly opposite the door we walked in.
So
Right.
kind of straight in the center of the east wall.
You know, much like the other doors that we've walked a straight line through at the moment.
One of the easier of the
Someone
dungeon
else.
layouts to map.
So I think if I push this button, that door should open.
Well, then push the button.
Yes, boss.
There's an audible click. The door still needs to be manipulated, but you can see that it is partially moved now. Unlike the other doors made of brass and bronze, this dungeon door is kind of part of the wall made of stone. So Bear, I mean, you could easily now come and push it. You can see where it is and push it open.
Yeah, Bear pushes.
Okay, you push it, and beyond you see a small corridor again, only 5 foot by 5 foot, and that instantly opens up to another chamber, 20 foot by 20 foot square. In the center of this chamber, you can see is, I mean, it's a large bronze and brass pedestal of sorts, rising maybe about 4 foot up, and resting on it seems to be this bronze crown. You see that there are a couple of other items around it as well. One of them, another one of these soul stones that is glowing green. You can also see that there appears to be some kind of feather of sorts.
So you said it's 20 foot by 20 foot,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
are we getting into like the northwest or the southwest of
It's a
this
good
room?
question. From where the 5 foot by 5 foot corridor connects to this chamber, you can see that there's 5 foot to the north and 10 foot to the south, thus filling the western wall with a total of 20 feet. And then you can square that off quite nicely.
And there's a pedestal with a crown in the center, and there's some other items around it.
That is correct.
With my passive perception of 20, what is it?
Well, your passive perception doesn't quite work that way. Your passive perception is
Aw.
to pick up something that you haven't seen, that you sort of notice. If you were to use your action, which I'm assuming that you were going to do, to kind of stare into this room. Now, this means that you are very perceptive. It doesn't give you telescopic vision that allows you to zoom into the finest detail. So if you're a distance away from something and it's fine detail, it doesn't matter how perceptive you are still not going to see it. But in this case, this is just to manage expectations about how sight works. You can maybe sort of look the scant 10 feet across to this. What helps is this roof that is burning above you, illuminating this room in this infernal light. And you do see that the other items that appear to be on this table, the crown looks like it would easily fit into that recess in those double doors. There is a glowing green soul stone, very similar to one that you discovered previously. There is a feather, and again with your very good perceptions, this is not a natural feather. You believe it's probably an angel feather, a feather from an angel. You also see there is what appears to be a scattering of some coins and gemstones upon this table as well. So quite the treasure hoard, this store that was hidden behind this secret door.
See, now this looks like a better investment for your. Well, we didn't invest money, Alder, right? You just. How did you get this place?
Well, we invested money in order to do some of the tidying and the finishing up, but no one seemed to want it. It is, the dungeon of whatever being long dead or not, as we'll find out.
Looks like you found a bit of a hoard.
We have.
Ah, that's why I was waiting for you to say, let's go get it.
Someone in the village told me that Alder had bought a map to this place. So that's how they found it.
Well, that was ages ago. It just had a big arrow. It was not a good investment. But since sold maps to this place, similarly detailed, and that there's not a huge market anymore, I think I missed the boat on that.
I'm going to look around the entrance to this room to see if I can see if it's trapped in any way before we cross into the
Very nice.
treasure room.
Yeah, so this is an investigation roll. There's nothing that is obvious here. It does require proper investigations. I mean, if any room is going to be perhaps trapped, it will be this one. You have the same question to you. Do you wish to examine this thoroughly, taking time, or are you just going to chance your skills?
What do you think, guys? Should I devote time to it or just have a quick look?
I think 10 minutes sat in this corridor might tap morale a tad.
I agree. So let's just go for the roll then.
Okay, so an investigation roll, please.
13 overall.
Just what you needed. Once again, one pip lower. And you might have thought there was no trap here, but there is indeed a trap. Several traps, in fact. You can sort of see the way that the flagstones are laid out here. They get smaller and smaller as they get closer to the pedestal, and you can sort of tell that some of these are pressure plates. You're not quite sure what the pressure plates will do, but you assume it's a trap of sorts, so quite dangerous. You can choose to try and disable these, or you can just navigate around them.
I'm just going to point them out to the others, tell them to be careful that they don't stand on them so that we can make our way in.
Is the table on the pressure plates?
The table doesn't appear to be on a pressure plate, so you don't think if you lift these items up that it's going to cause any disruption, as it were, really.
And the table is basically 10 feet from where we are.
It is, yes.
Quenlan, with a bit of assistance from me, do you think you would be able to make that jump?
I'm just going to walk in the room and avoid the pressure plates and take the stuff we need. That was the plan. If you want me to try and jump, I can. It just seems that there's a chance I might lose my balance and fall onto the pressure plates.
Okay.
Look, if you avoid this bit here and this bit here and this bit here, it's quite a safe route.
Well, you go ahead. You're smaller feet than me.
Okay.
So you get to this central hoard, as it were, really. So at this point you see that the gems are not actually, well, they are gems, but they are chunks of crystal that have been fashioned into what appears to be almost like arrowheads. And there are a handful of them, maybe 4. They are certainly worth coin as gemstones, but could also be fashioned to arrows to perhaps do something else. There is, of course,
I will.
the glowing stone and the feather and the crown as well.
I'll pick everything up.
Yeah.
And then make my way back over to the others and show them what we've got.
Okay.
There's 4 of these gem-like arrows. Are you good at making arrows, Alder?
I mean, I can make arrows. I've never wanted to shoot away a valuable gemstone before.
They just look to be. I mean, we don't have to, but they're there if we do. Then, right?
Yeah.
It's a faster delivery mechanism than the post.
As you begin,
It sends mixed messages, to be fair. Here's a gem embedded in your chest.
Yeah.
It might be a bit aggressive rather than passive aggressive. Yeah.
As you spend more time sort of looking at these arrowheads, you reckon that these are actually not crystal, not cut glass, but actually diamonds, making them incredibly sharp and tough, but also quite valuable. And there are 4 of them.
Maybe we don't want to fire these then, if they're diamonds.
I'm getting that sense. As I carefully looked at them, more and more I felt the need not to fire them up to 600 feet away. Like, it was weird.
But Alder, with your skills as a ranger hunter, you realise that these arrowheads could pierce even the heaviest of armour, doing considerably more damage.
But still.
Yeah.
They're diamonds.
You realise that these could help you cast some of your spells. Interesting dilemma. But all I need to know from them.
When
Yeah. Go on, sorry, Alder.
I think it will say that next time we sort of spend 10 minutes doing something, I might sit down and see if I can attach one of them to an arrow. Because I guess casting a spell, it doesn't say, and it can't be attached to an arrow. It just has to be a diamond of a certain, and we can always unattach them later. But I'm not spending ages doing it now.
Okay.
Nice.
No worries.
And we've got this feather, and we've got this green thing that we know what that does, but we don't know what the feather thing is.
Okay. It definitely with what Bear could spot and do. It's not a big feather, but it's definitely a feather from an angel wing. It's incredible, divine.
Is it magical? Do I need to cast Detect Magic to see if it's magical?
I mean, I suppose you're asking them that, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, you could, or you could try and figure it out, or our priest who deals with divineness might be able to do something.
Yeah, give it to him first. Yorgal, can you make out what this feather might do?
I can try.
Okay, what are you trying to do here? Are you trying to understand the nature of angel feathers, which is probably nature? Are you trying to lean into your religious texts about these agents of the very gods themselves? Are you dabbling with arcana? Or perhaps something else entirely?
I believe my first protocol is probably going to go to scripture. So, try religion, which is +2.
You do have advantage on this. This is an ability check, and your infernal. There is a chill of cold that washes over everybody else as you get this infernal knowledge rushing through you.
12.
A 12. They are powerful items. There would be an essence of the divine in this feather. If you could remove it, you could possibly put it onto something. You could probably enchant somebody with it for at least a while.
Okay. It's possible to do things with it, but it would take time. So, for now, I'd suggest we
Well, I
keep
get
it.
furthest away and look at it when we get out of this.
Who wants this little green gem?
Wow, no one wants +1.
Okay,
Weapon.
I'll install it in my armor then. If anybody else is interested, yeah, I'll try and attach it to my armor to make it studded leather plus leather +1, not studded leather.
Perfect.
Oh, but out of interest, Andy, once it's put in, can it be taken out again and try to be put into something else? So it's a one-off, okay?
If you find something that is more powerful soul contained within it, you could override it with that, but it doesn't remove it, it just overwrites it.
Then
Could you put 2 soul gems in to make a +2, or does you need to find a soul gem that is a +2?
Exactly. You can't
Okay.
combine two. 2 uncommon items do not make a rare.
yeah, I suppose I don't know whether to keep hold of it then for the time being. It seems above the table. It seems a bit of a waste to put into leather armor. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, which is why
plate
Bear.
if you want.
Sorry, say again.
If you want that concern, I can stick it on the plate, but since I just got something, it seemed a bit impolite to claim it.
No, I've got no problem with that. I mean, if you're taking front line, then making sure you can tank makes perfect sense, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
so above table, whenever Bear would have to go tank, he would cast Barkskin, which basically negates any +1 on an armor that he has. The mace is basically the same. When he casts Shillelagh on it, it turns to your magical modifier and not the +1 that would be on it. So,
Carl, I think you should do it, but you know, you're going to make that roll again for corruption. Remember?
Yeah,
We're still above the table.
Yeah.
Still above the table. I did wonder whether either of your shields. That's something that can be picked up if someone goes down.
That's true.
Rather than, but that's equally, I can see the benefit of putting in the plate, to be honest.
I
Yeah,
could also continue this discussion by you are all absolutely aware that only certain creatures can be hit by magical weapons, of which you've only got one at the moment. But the choice is yours to make.
Oh, Shillelagh makes it magical.
Yeah. You have,
And there's the +1 bow.
you have means and methods. It is completely up to you. I'm just merely stating facts.
I think at the moment I'd be way more comfortable with another point in armor class. But I do think your point, Michael, about putting in a shield makes a lot of sense. It's the same benefit, isn't it? But interchangeable. So
I mean, I would also say if it goes into plate this time, then if we do find another one, it goes in one of your weapons, because I like magical sneak attack.
that's
I
true.
really like that.
That's true.
That's
Yeah.
a lot of damage that they can then take. So
Yeah. True. Let's go with wherever Carl wants to put it, whether he wants to put it in the plate or the shield, then I'm cool with that. And then next one, we attach to one of the weapons, yeah?
into the shield it is then.
Okay, so that raises your armor class to 21 now if you're using your shield, Yorgal. That's quite impressive. So you do this. Unfortunately, the taint calls to you again. We're still on level 1 of this dungeon. Yeah, so it's just intelligence and it's just DC 5. It's only ability checks. That is fine though, so you don't succumb to another fall. But this is a saving throw. So you could choose, if you wanted to fail this now. This empowerment is sweet, is it not?
It certainly is, but I think at the moment I can cling to my fate.
Okay, I think that is sensible. I could have you all fall to Asmodeus, which would be really nice. And of course, none of you rolled the 666 on the dice, which I'm sure you
Insta fail.
you can tell it might be a little bit harsher than insta fail. It might be you go straight to hell. Okay, so you didn't fall from a little trap. We've given you like incentives to fail it. That's good. So you have 4 diamonds that are shaped into diamond heads at the moment. Is that you, Alder, that's carrying those?
I was going to suggest that the 3 go to Yorgal and I just carry 1 for when I get a chance to attach it to an arrow, because that means it's where the magic users need them, unless there's anyone else who needs them.
Okay,
Alder's got a very passive knowledge of spells.
that is good. So we'll assume that Alder has 1, Yorgal has 3. Soulstone done. There is the crown,
Yeah.
but I think you're going to do something with that crown. There is the angelic feather.
So we still don't know exactly what that does, right? We just know that it's going to imbue something for a certain period of time, not permanently.
Divine energy, yes.
Mm-hmm.
An identify or actually doing it will take time, but we'll give you more information.
It's divine. You're divine again, Yoga. That's how I see it.
Okay. Celestial feather.
Are you just holding it, Yorgal?
At the moment, yes.
I thought you were going to say you were tickling people with it then. That would have been some divine tickling.
Okay. So
You really
I
would be a
have
fiend then.
perfect. Sorry, you're going to say something there?
Yeah, I just reread Shillelagh, I always thought it was when you use a wooden weapon, but it actually specifies a club or a quarterstaff.
Yeah, I'm assuming your description of this mace that is made of wood and stone, I'm more than happy to. Have you used that? It's very Druidical, and
Yeah,
there's not a huge amount of difference between a mace and a club as far as I'm
yeah.
concerned for this. So
Just
yeah,
the one is 1d6 and the other is 1d8 damage. That's basically it. And with Shillelagh, it makes 1d8 damage anyway. So
yeah. No, I'm cool with that. Absolutely no problem. And as I said, the first rule of D&D is we can make anything up. That's the fun of it. Okay, so quite a haul that you have discovered here. You share it in. Yorgal, you're still quite badly injured, although heavily armoured now. Certainly if you utilise your shield. Seems to be nothing else in this chamber. Seems that you have dealt with the trapped, bound spirit of Sarah Thrill here, her being dragged down now to her much more physical prison, all the way down to level 9. You can spend more time searching these rooms. I think you're missing a single chamber, or you can attempt to open the way with this crown.
yeah, we need to go left again. So that's the southern one in the cenotaph room. But Yorgal, would you be needing a rest to recover a bit of your wounds?
You've still got a great healing potion left, right? We got 2 right at the beginning. I think you took 1.
Yes, we can.
Or we can rest. I don't mind either way. Depends whatever you want to do.
I'll cure wounds myself.
So you're going to cast Cure Wounds as opposed to drink the potion, yeah?
I'll take the potion.
Okay.
I mean, you think you could easily, potentially take rests here, but you are aware that every hour game time passes, you have to make a corruption check, and there's also a random encounter check. So 8 hours would simply indicate 8 corruption checks and 8 random encounter checks. A short rest is only an hour, so would only be 1 corruption check and 1 random encounter check. You get the feeling the further you descend, the harder the corruption checks will become, quite possibly the more frequently as well.
Take a potion then, unless anybody else feels the need to rest.
No, Bear hasn't been hit yet.
Okay.
Lucky some.
We are also got some amazing people in chat. They might give you more potions. What is that total?
A 13.
13. And you've got, what, 16 wounds?
Yes, so 3 wounds remaining.
Yeah, very nice.
What kind of cleric are you?
Life.
Do you get bonuses for using? Do you get additional hit points for using magic?
Magic, yes.
Healing potions are magic.
It's not, doesn't work. It's a loophole.
Oh,
It's a cheesy loophole. No, as a life cleric, when you drink potions, you do not get your bonuses on it.
Only if you cast spells.
Yeah. I like
as a rogue, appreciate the going for
yeah,
it.
yeah,
you
yeah,
know.
absolutely. I love it. But yes.
In the other game, when Yorgal casts a spell of an item, it does work because it's basically still a spell, but not on potions.
And, you know, we're being hardcore here because the more potions you use, the more you need to appeal to chat to donate to get you more potions. there is a degree of shenanigans going on there, I guess. Of course, they might just want to see you all perish horribly, in which case you are all doomed. Okay, so you drink that. Time is ticking. Sort of looking at those items, understanding those items is going to move on the clock. Having those conversations, anything else. You've been down here 50 minutes so far. It is 5 o'clock. We've been playing for 5 hours. Be at the top of the clock, we'll have some of those lovely corruption rolls. So we'll start off with Alder. Again, because you've not moved to a lower level, it's intelligence and DC 5. Boom. You don't
There's
have
a 6.
don't have a negative modifier. Unless you say to me, I'm going to choose to fail it, I'm just going to assume that you're all okay with succeeding at the moment. Bear, give us an intelligence save, please. Is that a 7? Oh, I thought that
Yes,
was a
it
1.
is. It's 8.
These dice with their 1s and 7s look very cool.
No.
Yorgal. Oh.
Okay.
I don't believe you've got any kind of additional roll or anything else, so that is going to be a fail. We move to Quenlan as well.
7.
7, that's okay. I can't read those dice. They're not in my small window of there. So we move back to you, Yorgal. Could we be losing our first character? Okay, give us a 3d6 roll, please. So that is a 7. 7. Oh. Mineros, greed and decay. In the center of your forehead at your temple, the brand of a fly begins to manifest over you. Flies gather on your frozen skin. Perhaps they pop like corn as they are frozen, but more come. They are drawn to you. And if you take a longer rest now, food and drink will spoil. This is an area of effect, so if you wish to take long rests, you have to dump your provisions elsewhere, stay together, or Yorgal, you will have to be alone.
Sleep in the other room.
In the rest. So, with all of that, that is your second brand. You gain a second level of infernal empowerment. Your speed is doubled now. Not your hasted effect, but you can move 60 feet with infernal speed. Perhaps using your Stygian cold to slick the floor like Iceman sliding rapidly around with these flies buzzing after you.
Don't
Yorgal
dwarves
fly.
move 25 feet normally?
Yes,
Right.
it's
Yeah.
50 feet.
So it's only 50 feet. Thank you for that, Bear.
Alder is looking thoughtful at the possible benefits of this infernal thing as he sees the dwarf moving at twice natural speed.
Yes.
Yeah, but the flies, I mean, yuck.
I mean, above the table, we did say at the start, who's our face. I think it's getting harder and harder to introduce one of our characters as our life cleric. I'm just saying, it's getting more challenging.
Well, don't forget this.
So really, come and see.
I was going to say this is infernal empowerment. Maybe these brands are positive things against other devils. Maybe.
This is true.
Okay. So unfortunately, at the 5 o'clock mark, Yorgal has fallen again. As I said, there are strong clerical spells that can reduce the infernal corruption by 1 level at a time if you have the resources and the power to do such a thing. If you reach level 6, there is no saving throws. That is it. You have fallen to the dark side. But whilst you have these abilities and powers, feel free to use them. So,
Right. Do we really want to go into this room that we've not opened, or should we just go through the big double doors?
I'm all for making sure that we see at least what's in that room that we haven't been in.
I've no idea why we didn't go back and look in the first place then.
The rule had left. I mean, I think
Apparently
it was quite clear.
so.
He explained
Yeah,
to
it's
us
the
Apparently
the
first
the
rule.
door
room
on the left now.
I can see us splitting up at some point here.
flies all round Yorgal.
Go ahead then.
As they land upon him and instantly freeze, drop into the ground and shattering.
It's just like 4 steps beyond the double doors that we have the door leading south. So
It's taking time though, and time is not on your side. 4 steps is one thing, but it is again effort as you pass these double doors, move to this other door. A minute here, a minute there, 10 of those, 10 minutes is another segment. You've spent 50 minutes already. You've seen Yorgal fall twice now to this corruption. As another in-game hour passes, that is another roll for all of you and a random encounter. So you move back to this other door. It's eating into your time. Are you throwing caution to the wind, Bear, and just pushing this open now? Or are you allowing Quenlan to at least examine the door to ensure that it is safe to proceed?
if he doesn't want to examine it, Bear will examine it.
Yorgal, are you any good at examining it? I sense with your new infernal eyes, you might be able to see better than the rest of us. As long as you don't roll a 1, in which case I'll stand next to you. You can punch me in the face.
As you open your mouth to speak, flies buzz out of it. And you can answer now.
You.
Yeah, let's not talk about it then.
We do not talk to Yorgalfly.
Yeah, and I can't say I'm the best at it, but if you want me to give it a go.
I can check it out. It's not a problem. Feel free to.
Yeah, Bear makes room for Quenlan.
Okay. And just so you all know, whilst you all have abilities, you all have skill checks to be able to do, some people now with automatic advantage, I am modifying the difficulty, the challenges, based on who looks at it and what their shtick is. So this is useful for Quenlan to take a look here. Now, are you taking 10 to take you up to your
No.
hour in this dungeon? Okay. No, okay. Believe
Quenlan
me.
goes to the door,
Yeah.
looks at the door, looks at Yorgalfly, and quickly goes back to the door again.
Yeah, okay. Very nice. It's investigation roll rather than perception, as you are attempting to determine whether this is locked or trapped or anything else in
Yep.
between.
A 9.
A 9. It's difficult, perhaps distracted with everything else that is going on. Maybe I'm sensing here you thinking this is perhaps a complete waste of time anyway, and you should be pushing forward. You look it over very rapidly and you can't see anything untoward. It's another one of these heavy bronze and brass doors embossed with the wings and the crown. It looks clear as far as you're concerned.
Seems fine to me, Bear. If you want to push and
Yeah,
open
Bear
again.
pushes it open.
You stretch your muscles and the door does open up, and you can see that there's a 15 by 15 foot room. Well, there's fundamentally that 5 foot by foot passageway first, the door's in, and then at the end of that 5 foot passageway there's a 15, and it's right in the center of these the northern wall of this room. And as you open the door, I get to roll a d6. The chamber looks unused, still the roiling, burning sky, but nothing else within it. Whatever, if anything, was kept in here, nothing else is at the moment. Of course, could be secret doors, hidden chambers, traps and the like, but even with your passive perception of 20, Bear, there's nothing that makes the hairs on the back of your neck quiver that there is anything other than this empty room here.
This looks like an empty room.
Okay, are
Don't
we
see
done
anything
then?
here. Sorry, what?
Are we done then? If it's empty?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
So double doors.
Everybody else feel the same? Nobody wants to just see?
Yeah. We
Double
can
doors?
use this as a cloakroom.
Okay.
Okay, so you spend no time at all in this room determining whether there is anything hidden within it or not. Turn and move your way back to the main door, the double doors. You see these two incredibly solid looking doors ahead of you. They are vast, rising up, and they seem to sort of merge with the ceiling, as if part of them perhaps has breached even into Avernus itself.
So who has the crown? Quenlan?
Mm-hmm. You're going to need to reach up though. I'll give it you. It's bigger than me.
Yeah, how far up is the recess for the crown?
I mean, with these big double doors, it's probably about 6 foot up. This door is imposing, designed for much bigger creatures. You though, Bear, with the size that you are, can easily reach this, and the indentation looks like the crown is perfectly going to fit there.
Yeah, so after Quenlan hands the crown over, Bear will push it in there.
Okay. Very good. You realize this crown is some kind of key to this seal of descent, or is a seal for this gate of descent. And as you push this into this indentation, the molten crown splits with a hiss, cracking. Glowing embers scatter like dying stars. Ash floods down upon you, tearing a hole in the ceiling. Through the smoke, you see loom crimson towers of iron, their spires glowing with molten seams. Chains rattle and drop down. like bridges, each link the size of a man. And the whole thing forms a descent down as these doors split open to the next level. Pretty much like the descent before, around these stones in the stairs, you now have to make your way down these chains, large, stretched, interwoven like spider webs, eventually descending down into some hideous darkness. This is the descent down to a level 2. Like before, you think that this is easy enough done if care is taken. One assumes you're going to take care and
Yep.
descend down these chains. As I say, each chain the size of a man, you can literally walk upon these, linked together, rusted and iron, and interwoven into this unravagable labyrinth. The descent down takes time. I am, for convenience sake, going to say it takes 10 minutes. The reality, as you move from the levels to levels, as you are halfway down, you hear the doors above slam closed, realizing once you descend, the only way down, the only way forward is down. Before you enter this level, though, you feel the weight of it, the corruption of it, as you are all going to make your 10-minute descent to wisdom saving throw. So this is another corruption roll. It seems for this level, wisdom is your stat, and it is still just 5. So level 2, corruption level low, wisdom saving throw DC 5. I will start with you, Alder. $12, absolutely not a problem. Then we move to you, Bear. Perfect. I know it's a
9.
4, but you've got probably proficiency in this as well, being a druid. So very
Yeah, it's
solid.
+5, so I have 9.
Beautiful. You hold off this, and then we move to Yorgal.
Okay, that was the
You're a
7.
cleric, you should have wisdom proficiency.
I do. Got +4 to that.
But that could have been a natural 1, and he could have lashed out at someone on these chains. Quenlan. Oh,
7.
7, perfect. So all do you feel a different type of whispers here? This is the whispers of tyranny, of enslavement, of chains, of binding, of dis. But by the time you arrive at, in effect, a set of stairs that descends down into this initial chamber here, you fight off these whispers that affect you. As you finally arrive here, you see that there is a 10-foot wide, 15-foot long corridor. The first 10 feet are stairs descending down. And then after the final 5 feet of this corridor, it opens up into a chamber. 5 feet on either side, making the northern and southern walls 20 feet in total. And then 25 feet for the east and western walls. In the western wall, though, slap bang in the middle, so 10 feet either side of it, you see another one of these 5 feet by 5 feet corridors with a door in, and directly opposite in the eastern door you see another 5-foot passageway, except it is clear, opening up into another chamber.
Wait, we start with a 15-foot long corridor,
That's
10
foot
feet wide,
Yes.
and that goes from east to west,
No, it
or
goes
from north to south.
Yes. Sorry, I should have said. And then that widens 5 foot on either side to a long 25-foot long chamber that the northern and southern walls are obviously a total of 20 feet.
There's a door in the west and a door and a passageway in the east.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Of course, the light here is a lot lower, much darker, dim light rather than the burning heat of Avernus. And you sort of look up, you again can see the ceiling. The ceiling is yet again another window into one of the hell levels, revealing a different hellscape. Looking above, you can see a jagged mazes of canyons and towers of red-hot iron. Bridges of glowing chain stretches from fortress to fortress, while forges belch smoke into an infinite skyline. At times, you get a sight of a massive crimson throne flickers in and out of your vision, and whispered contracts written in fire sort of drip down from the ceiling in smoke. But it is dark here. Some places cast into total darkness, others in dim light, as this roiling, moving ceiling changes. So you take a breath for the moment, and you have a look into this chamber. And as your eyes begin to judge this chamber, you can see that there are rows of iron masks mounted along the walls, each forged with a stern, devilish face, and their eyes are radiating a faint light.
Are they
Sorry,
in every wall, like the
Yeah.
5-foot wide northern walls and
Yeah,
the
everywhere there's a
5 foot
wall,
east?
you see perhaps as decorations, but also perhaps as trophies, these masks all over the wall at different levels and heights, perhaps leading up as the walls stretch up beyond the ceiling itself into what you assume is the second layer of hell.
so just so I'm clear, Andy, we came down the stairs effectively, and then there was a north-south corridor that led 20 feet to the north. Is that right?
There's a set of stairs that lead 15 feet, basically. It's 10 feet
Okay.
of stairs and then 5 feet of chamber, and then it opens up.
And what's this new room look like, please?
As I say,
We
the
look at-
walls are different. Rusted iron, darkness, dim light. lit occasionally by the flashing, ever glowing eyes of these infernal masks that, like decorations, hang on these walls, hundreds upon hundreds of them.
The open passageway to the east, Andy, can we see anything down it? Because I know there's a door opposite in the
Yeah.
west wall, but that one I think was
Not
open.
from the threshold of the passageway, because it's a 5 foot by 5 passageway.
Alright.
So you can just see the passageway there. You would have to enter this room to take a better look into it.
Okay. He will do that. He'll move, I think it's about 15 foot down,
Mhm.
and then look to the east to see what's in there, letting them know that I can look down the corridor.
So you enter this room of masks to take a look down the corridor, yeah. So I'll describe the room first before other things happen. The room beyond the corridor, you can see that it is a 15-foot wide room that's going from north to south, and you can see that it stretches for 20 feet. You believe that right against the west wall, both north and south, there's a passageway 5 by 5 going north and a passageway going 5 by 5 to the south. Each of those are blocked by a door though. And then directly opposite this passageway you're looking through, on the eastern wall, crack in the middle of the eastern wall, is another 5 by 5 passage that also has a door in the middle of it.
Sorry.
I'm not getting this at all. I thought we went north into a room, have we not?
I actually thought we went south because I asked, is the stairs going north to south?
The initial passageway is a 15-foot long hallway going north and south. Yes?
Yeah, but are we
No,
we're descending from the south to the north?
You've descended, you've entered this passageway from the south.
Okay.
The stairs fill up the southern part of that by 10 feet, and then there's a landing of 5 feet before the room opens out.
I'm not getting this at all. We've come down the stairs that we're from above.
Mm-hmm.
We land in it. There's a corridor going north-south.
Yes.
That's 5 foot wide. Goes 15 feet.
No, it's
No?
10 foot wide.
Okay.
And it's
Going 15 feet
long.
Okay.
And then that opens
At the end
up,
of that,
yeah, into a room of masks.
okay.
Either side of that 10-foot wide corridor is another 5 foot.
Got you.
That makes the north and south walls 20 foot.
Yep.
The room stretches 25 feet. Yeah. So the east and west walls are 25 feet.
Yep.
In the center of this room's walls, in the east wall and the west wall, is a 5-foot passageway in both the east wall and west wall.
Cool.
Yep.
In the west wall, there is a door in that passageway.
At the end of the passageway, right?
Well, in the middle of the passageway. The passageway is 5 foot by 5 foot in the west wall.
Okay.
So there's like 2.5 feet a door. And
Either side, right? Got you.
There's 2.5 feet the other side.
Okay.
In the east wall is another 5 foot by 5 foot passageway. And that opens up
doesn't have a door?
Doesn't have a door. It opens up into another room. And say it's low light in here, so Alder has moved forward into the chamber to get line of sight into where the eastern passageway leads. This opens into another chamber. This chamber has where the passageway leads into. It's 5 foot and 5 foot either side of that passageway, meaning that the east and west walls are 15 feet. And it opens up for 20 feet. So the north and south walls are 20 feet.
Cool, got that now.
In the center of the eastern wall of this second chamber is another 5 foot by 5 foot passageway, which is blocked by a door. And from the line of sight Alder has got, and for the sake of brevity, against the western wall of this second chamber, there is also another 5 foot by 5 foot passageway leading both north and south, and there is a door in both of those as well.
That I don't get, because the western wall of the second chamber is where the 5 foot passage is,
Yeah,
leading
5 foot
from the
passage.
mask room to.
Yeah, it's in the center.
My understanding, and on the map I put,
So it's in the northern wall and the southern wall, but it is.
yeah, right up against it. If you have a look in the map thing, I think that Excel thing I did is right. So you've got the door in the middle of the wall, and then at the very top, right up against that wall, you've got a door to the north and a door to the south.
Okay.
Got you. That makes sense.
It's fun. I can't wait for 3 o'clock in the morning.
So is it a western door in the north?
We'll be
Yeah.
using Anand's. It is north right, left down. Perfect. I'm not trying to trick you with these maps, by the way. So if there is any if you're not understanding what I'm saying, I'm more than happy to go over it again with you.
What does in the mask room, what does the north wall look like?
It's a wall full of masks. It's it's unbelievable from the floor right up and perhaps beyond beyond this ceiling, these infernal masks. Now that everybody's got the idea and layout of these 2 chambers, yes, as you enter, a couple of these masks begin to, the eyes flare up with infernal power, and they sort of begin to break away from the wall. You see that they pull chains with them, and they dangle down like tentacles of sorts, and you begin to realize that it's not the masks that are animate, it is the strange wraith-like entities that are wearing these masks. Infernal wraiths, 4 of them, very dangerous, begin to animate and descend down upon you. Okay.
I stand behind Yorgal.
I think this could be nasty. We roll initiatives. They are not a welcoming party. Well, they are a welcoming party. We will start off with Alder.
Oops.
How have you rolled? What was that?
14. Sorry, I thought you said roll, so I rolled.
Yes, okay. So 14 for you, Quenlan. Just a minute. I've just had an email that someone has donated on one of the channels £50. I might have read that wrong. So is that your roll, Alder?
Yep.
What did you get?
I got an 18.
An 18. Very good. So we've got a 14 for Quenlan. Hold off. I am heading to the site.
It's
Yes.
them.
It's who? Sorry.
Actually, are we saying the names or are we leaving it?
I don't know. I mean, I just want to say thank you
Okay,
for your donation first and foremost. And have they requested a reward for it?
There appears to be no note on it, just the name.
It's okay. I know who it is. It's my wife.
Oh,
I'll ask her if she wants to punish me in any way. It's more than likely to be punishment over anything else. So.
Tell her thank you very, very much if they're not listening onto the stream or following along with you. Very, very much appreciated. I just want to announce it as sometimes it comes through as an email and flashes up, sometimes it doesn't. But that donation should go rewarded one way or the other. I'm happy for it to be positive things split amongst it, or I mean, we could have Thar's Rash unleashed, which could be devastating as well, and anything in between. Feel free to have discussions, Quenlan, and I trust you.
I've asked her the question. I will let you know.
Yeah, perfect. So we move to you, Yorgal. Give us your initiative.
Cool. Initiative qualifies as a skill check, doesn't it?
I love you bending the rules here, but I'm all for infernal corruption, so absolutely, yes. Oh, look at that, dropping the 9, getting the 18.
Very nice. So 19 total.
19, yeah, you are ready to take on this. Maybe it's not all bad. I think there is a blast of cold that radiates out from Yorgal as suddenly you think cold very much is slow and freezes, but this is something else as he moves, not at the speed of a glacier, but slows everybody down. And then I think that is just Bear for your initiative.
9.
9, okay. So I have 4 of these infernal mask wraiths. Just get these little bits of paper here. We open this up. Oh, we're coming up to our 6th hour here. Wow, time is just flying. You're all still alive. It's because you only just touched level 1. As I check the alphabet. So these have +3s to these rolls here. Just going to roll the 4 dice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Give it a roll. So we have a 1, 14, 11 and 15. So that is a 4, a 17, an 18 and a 14. So the 4 is obviously last. We have Bear. We have an 18 that is going after Alder because Alder is a hero. We have a 14 that's going after Quenlan because Quenlan is a hero. But we also have the 17 which is going after the 18. Okay, quite challenging, these creatures. So it's dark here. We have Yorgal. You are on 19. What would you like to do?
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Taken aback.
Yes, I'm not sure what I'm meant to do with the mask. Do I
It's,
put it on?
just,
Empower me?
just to clarify, these masks are dangling chains, and you can see there's wrath-like forms that are actually wearing the masks. So it's not so much do you put these masks on, it's more that these wraith-like creatures, these infernal wraiths, are coming to sup on your life.
First job is always to be at the front and interpose myself.
Okay, so you
Yes.
charge forward, making yourself a target.
I suppose. Do I have a passing knowledge of wraiths? Being a cleric and they're undead?
I would
Well, infernal.
certainly say so. These will be infernal and dead, so these are not taking away from any of the things that you could possibly do against the undead, but they also count as fiends as well. A normal race are incredibly dangerous creatures, resistant to many attacks, including non-magical ones. They have this ability to drain your very life. They are dead, so your turn undead would possibly work upon them. They are sensitive to sunlight, but it is very dark down here.
Okay, cannot create sunlight. Don't think turning slightly to work. So for now, I'll try a sacred flame.
Okay, very nice. So you turn your attentions trying to strike them down with radiant magic. They have +3 to their dexterity. Is it a dexterity check?
It is, yes.
One assumes you're going to choose the fastest of them all.
Yep.
So we roll this. It has rolled a
Yeah,
natural
no.
20, so flashes in and out. Sometimes you can barely see the almost incorporeal form behind this mask as this dark sort of coal-like eyes are sparking. The chains rattle. It seems to be super fast as it moves through the air, the chains dripping down like the tentacles of some kind of aberrant creature. But it dodges out of the way, Yorgal, of your attempt to strike it with radiant fire. I'm assuming that is you done.
Yes.
We move to you, Alder.
So, as Alder was already in the room far enough in to see down the corridor to describe it, if he's able to, he would like to head towards that corridor.
Yep, absolutely. You can probably
So
get there
he's
without
just.
any attacks of opportunity.
And then, are there any of these fellas that are standing next to each other?
Yes, I think so. I think they are perhaps all swarming towards Yorgal as he's made himself a turn. So you can, what's it called? Horde Breaker. Is that the ability?
It is.
Yeah. So
It's Horde Breaker.
and
So
just
I think he will cast his mind back to apparently how we all met, which I think was facing undead.
yeah,
I think that was the
perfect.
backstory. So he will use a bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark on the one with the highest initiative, the one who
Yeah.
I think was
Dodged out the way.
attempted to be, yeah,
Absolutely.
and then we'll attempt to shoot that person, individual, with okay, let's see.
Yes.
That is a 24.
That is easily a hit as your arrow strikes true.
And that. So this one does a total of 11 points of damage with the Hunter's Mark.
Very nice. It takes all of that damage because your bow is magical and it hisses at you. Of course, it doesn't open its mouth. There's just this faceless iron mask in front of you.
So nodding sort of grimly at that, will shift position slightly to target the one next to them. The Hunter's Mark staying obviously on the first one.
Yeah.
Taking a second shot. Is 25.
25. Yeah, beautifully hit.
And this one does 8 damage to that one. Just whichever one you choose, which would be
I'm
next
just
to
going to
them.
say the next initiative at the moment. I'm just moving down
Cool.
them just for simplicity's sake, because of theatre of the mind and everything else. And again, that is magical damage, as again it hisses searing pain through it.
And if you just cross off another spell slot from me, that would be cool.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm hoping you're keeping control of your own spell slots as well. I'm just doing this just so if in the middle of the night I get kind of really giddy and throw something massive at you, and then actually go, oh, that was a bit unfair of me. So very good, a good start. 2 hit, but 2 of these are going now, and they descend down upon you, Yorgal, as you have strode forward, full in plate, clanking forward, calling down this divine light, the perfect clerical paladin. Of course, this might potentially mean your end. So the good news is they haven't got multi-attack. They have got +6 to hit, and they hit hard. So we will roll for number 18 initiative, Infernal Mask Wraith. Get +6 to this. That is a miss as it tries to swipe at you, and whether you interpose your shield and parry it or just let it take it or move out of the way, it misses. Then we move to number 7. It tries to do the same thing. Oh, that is a hit. The +6 making a 24. And this time, maneuvering away from your magical shield that perhaps gave you a degree or modicum of protection, its ethereal arm just goes into you, through your plate armor, into your very essence, and it begins to squeeze and pull out your very soul, and you take 1, 2, 3, 4 d8 +3 necrotic damage. That is a total of 12 +3, 15 points of necrotic damage, putting you onto 18 damage overall. Unfortunately, these are the nasty ones. I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw. DC 14.
That is very unfortunate.
That's a 1 as well, isn't it?
It is.
Okay, so your maximum hit points are reduced now by 18.
18. Okay.
Mhm.
Thought it was 15.
So no, they get a +3 to that.
Yeah, it was 12, right? 12 plus 3,
Oh,
15.
sorry. Yeah, it's 15. Sorry, your total wounds is on 18. That is drawing you close, as your maximum hit points are now 39 minus 15, 24. And you have taken 18 points of damage.
And he rolled a natural 1.
And you rolled a natural 1, yes.
So, in what order does that happen? Do I take the damage, reducing it down, then the maximum hit points go down so that I'm still quite close to my max, or does the maximum hit points reduce and then the 15 damage?
Basically, you take the damage first, and then there's a Constitution saving throw. So you're still up at the moment, but in a terrible state of racking pain. Your natural one as well, your infernal thing lashes out. Fortunately, there's no one directly around you. So how do you think this, who do you blame for this? The person that suggested you be the tank? The fact that Bear, who's supposed to be the tank, isn't actually doing this? You've currently got the traits of Stygia, which is cold and cruelty, and of Minerus, which is greed and decay. Cold and betrayal, sorry. So how does this manifest in a story sort of way?
Oh, I think it's probably going to have to be Alder, having us here promised for all these great riches down below, this great business idea, and suddenly it's all death.
Perfect. Poor Alder, always his fault. He's been turned into a sheep. He's dear. Okay.
Is he allowed to lash out? Is he allowed to lash out with a cantrip?
No, because he's used his action. So this is more. I mean, if you really want him to, if he was like
If he's going to have to,
it's more a reaction sort of lashing out. So
so it has to be to an ally. It has to be to an ally that he lashes out. That he
Yeah,
can't just lash out to the nearest thing.
Of course, that's why it's a disadvantage. That is why it's a thing that you don't want. You don't have to do anything other than call out like that and start showing your dislike, as it were, really, for what has happened here. Okay. It's dangerous enough as it is. Sorry, just looking at Professor Vod. Welcome back. He's planning on timing his session after he's run his D&D session later. How much he don't, it depends on how well his session goes. So that will be very interesting. Okay, we are in the middle of combat. It is almost time for our 6-hour break. But I think we will move down this a little bit. So Quenlan, it is your go on 14.
Kyle, how many hit points have you got left at the moment?
I mean, I've got 21 of 24. Looking great.
So you got okay. So and the last attack did was how many? 48? Did you say, Andy?
Yeah, I mean these attacks seem to be doing 4d8 plus 3.
Okay.
The 15 points was really good.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move behind Bear to break line of sight.
Perfect.
And try and hide.
Give me your
10.
10. Passive perceptions of these wraiths is 12.
Okay, never mind. I'll take a shot anyway. Uh, 23 overall.
23 hits, absolutely.
And Kyle stood next to it, right?
Yeah, I will count him as an ally for you.
Good.
Just give me a second. I've got my good darling wife trying to do something for me. There we go.
So a non-magical attack. 14 in total.
And which one are you aiming at? One of the two that has been already hit that are directly around Yorgal, or the two that have not acted yet?
one of the ones that looks the most injured.
Okay. So what was your total there?
14, so I imagine it does 7.
That is correct. Very nice as you strike 2, and at least you do some damage to this creature. Again, it lets out but after your go, we come to the other 2. They want to spread the love around, seeing that Yorgal is so enfeebled, only another strike is needed to take him down. 2 of these others, well, certainly the one on 14 is going to try and attack one of the other of you. I'm just going to roll a d4 with this. Boom, boom, boom. So this is you, Bear. You get your chance to shine as the tank now. As it moves towards you, it will make an attack against you. This one, though, seems to only have +4 to hit. As you sort of perceive it with your perceptions, you think that this is maybe slightly different to the 2 that are on Yorgal. So we will do this roll. Oh, it's a natural 20. Oh, dearie me. It's a good job. I clarified this was a different one. At least you haven't got 4d8, 8d8 coming in. You've only got, would it be 3d6, but this is 6d6 due to the fact this is no wraith but a spectre. I'm assuming nothing can be done about this.
Nope.
Let's plead for a
Haven't
quick
had a
donation.
chance yet to shift into bear or to cast barkskin, so no.
No, that's fine. So this, so 21 points to you as it washes over you. You've not taken any damage as yet. 21 points of necrotic damage. You do have your aid up though, putting you on 36 hit points. You do though still need to make a constitution saving throw. The DC is 10 here. If you fail it, it will reduce your maximum amount of hit points equal to that 21 points.
11.
Wow, DC 10. You managed to shake it off. Nicely done. Okay, and Bear, it is your go. This is tense.
Wild shape.
Wild shape. Does this cost you a bonus action? You being...
Yeah.
So you transform into what?
A brown bear.
Of course. Very nice. Can you describe this transformation for us?
Yeah. Bear's leg seems to grow shorter, but his total length seems to grow larger. And the bear skin that he wears as armor basically becomes furry all over him, and with a roar he just lands on 4 legs and is now a large beast and will do a multi-attack.
Perfect. We will do your turn. So, are you attacking the creature that just hit you?
Will I leave its melee range if I were to attack one that's on Yorgal instead.
I think so, yes. You're going to need to clear these out of the way first. They have moved to
Yeah.
you.
So its first attack is a bite.
Yep.
Uh, 23.
That hits.
Uh, 9 damage.
Okay, do your attacks count as magical as yet?
No, that's only level 6 druids.
Okay, so get in there. So it doesn't do the full amount. Okay.
Second attack will be claws. 17 to hit.
That hits.
And that's 13 damage.
Okay, again. So you do severe damage as you're attacking this spectral creature, trying to rip into it. You can feel the chill. It does not look good, but it is 6 o'clock. You might all just be saved by the bell. So what is going to happen is we're going to take our, not necessarily required, but I think sensible 10-minute break. When you come back, we will, even mid-combat, be leveling you up. Choose very wisely with the things that you've got. I think the terror of dying basically pulls out your A game as you tap into the experience that you have. And yeah, we will level you up and then we will continue in this combat. Bear, you have just gone. There is the final one of these. And for transparency, now that you have done it, 2 of them are actually these infernal mask wraiths. 2 of them are their creations, infernal mask spectres. So 2 of them are slightly weaker. Not so much so when I get a critical hit, though. Thank you very much for watching. Please, please, please stay tuned. We're only going to be 10 minutes, so we can get a quick drink, bio break, and maybe something to eat. We'll be back at 10 past or 12 minutes past 6. See you all in a moment.